Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, March 27th. And welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Today is Free Trade Friday, so the link is available to the delay-free, ad-free stream. I put those delay-free, ad-free streams in the free tier WAP and the free tier Discord, so join us, join our team. And experiencing the delay-free, ad-free stream that's available at 12 o'clock today, guys. We do have the giveaway, so make sure to wait until that time to put your name in the draw. It's going to be for a 1-year giveaway, full year access to our community. In the pre-market, all the indexes are looking to gap down. We're seeing some synchronized gap down. So the primary thing we're going to want to pay attention to going into the open is that pre-market low and how we interact with that pre-market low. What kind of interaction that we do get with that pre-market low. And I want to see what the VIX does, and we want to get our reads. Keep a close eye on IV as the VIX is elevated. Keep a close eye on IV. I'm estimating IV could be north of 35, potentially 42. So again, get those reads before you take any trades. Size down, ramp down, and look to close out the week strong. We're officially open. Opening print for SPY is 642.49. SPY 642.49. QQQ 570.81. Dow 457.36. IWM 246.01. 246.01. We are officially open, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. As you're coming in, smash the like button on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes is the goal. 100 likes is the goal. Okay, 100 likes is the goal. 10 o'clock, we have consumer sentiment. Consumer confidence, consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. So the Dow is below pre-market low. I want to see how it interacts with pre-market low. What kind of interaction do we get off that pre-market low? Do we have respect for it? Do buyers like it there? Do they not like it? Is there too much selling pressure? So that's the number one question we're looking to answer. We do have a key level at that's 641.59 on SPY. Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. So the only ones on the clock currently are the ones who trade the 5-minute orb. They're making the decision to see if there's an opportunity, to see if they can mark out that range, to see if they want to apply a certain entry model, to look for an opportunity. Okay, down goes the Dow. All right, the Dow is below pre-market low. I want to see how long that holds up. If we get a wick, if we can sustain below it, 1 down, 3 to go. 1 down, 3 to go. Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. So we're starting to see that sell-off on the Dow. The sell-off on yesterday was primarily driven, okay, by mega caps, especially semiconductor names. Okay, SPY's PML is 641.03. The Dow's selling off, guys. Dow's selling off here. Dow's selling off. Pre-market low right there, 641.03. So the Dow's falling off a cliff. Coming into this pre-market low, okay, I'm looking for that sweep if we can stay below 30. Okay, if we get above 30 on the VIX, we completely collapse below the pre-market low. Very similar to what the Dow did on SPY. Okay, more than likely there's no buyer's interest in that territory. Next coming to pre-market low is the Qs. Okay, just right out the gate selling. So I think it was a good thing you closed out position Shazabi. Remember, you were talking about those calls and you took the profit, and then it had that nice little euphoric push at the very close, and then it completely gaps down. It's very tricky conditions, guys. Very, very tricky conditions, to say the least. Okay, so we're at that pre-market low. Next zone we got, I should say, is that 640, 639.90. So we're running out of key levels to the downside. The reason is because there are a couple of pivots, but my key levels are based on their major levels, right? Not just minor pivots. They're major pivots. Okay, good morning, everyone on YouTube. Good morning. Is the screen, looks like the screen is frozen. How's it now, guys? Okay, so if the screen was frozen, not sure why that is happening. Okay, OBS, don't fail us now. We should be good now. Good morning, HP. Good morning, HHPPC. Thank you for supporting the channel. Good morning, Thomas. Good morning, Shaz. Good morning, Jay Jackson. Good morning, Investor 8564. Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, Leper. Good morning, C Black. Good morning, Avery, Vanus, Purple. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's the screen now? So that's been happening a few times this week. All right, so I want to see how much time we spend below pre-market low. Qs are coming to pre-market low. So the first ones on the clock is our orb army. Okay. So sometimes when there's technical glitches, sometimes it's just out of my control. So to mitigate that, being in the community, there's no technical glitches. Unless Google Meets goes down, there's no technical glitches there. All right, as you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. We're going to do the giveaway. So giveaway is going to be for a yearly subscription. Absolutely for free, 12 months of access. We've been streaming now for around a year. Okay, showing up every day, providing as much value as possible on YouTube and cultivating a community. So to show my appreciation, we're going to do that giveaway. Okay, so pre-market low is holding so far. All right, we're below pre-market low on the Dow. There goes the Qs. Okay, wow. We're above that 30 on the VIX. Okay, now the last thing we need, guys. The last thing we need. Oh, did I close up by accident? My bad. Okay, the last thing we need now is a negative consumer sentiment number. All right, so I'll explain the giveaway around 11:45. All right, so everyone is eligible for the giveaway. Everyone is eligible for the giveaway. Anyone take the 5-minute orb? Any 5-minute orb traders? All right, VIX is hot. If you're bearish, you like that. See if you can get past that 640 psychological level. What a drop below pre-market low. So no signs of a sweep. If we get that retrace reject, that does look appealing. That does look appealing. Okay, see if we can get a nice little bounce off that territory. Nice little bounce off that territory. Okay, so far everything is in the red. So far everything is in the red. Keeping a close eye on ExxonMobil, guys. ExxonMobil is hot out the gate. ExxonMobil is hot out the gate. Crude is also hot out the gate, headed towards 97. VIX above 30. Keep a close eye on that IV. We do have some room to go to the downside. If we break below 640.39. Take this off. That's really nothing there. Okay, so no trade so far. Just assessing, just waiting. Just seeing what kind of activity is taking place. So this is a very thin key zone right here. See if bulls try to make something out of that. Shockwave 15 hour, 8 minutes away. Good morning, Riri. Waiting to touch entry for hold ES long. Is that the hourly chart, Richie? If you jump over to the hourly, okay, it's coming into, I have it a little bit down here, a little bit further down. Okay, so now if the VIX gets back below 30, surprisingly, what's really lifting us up is the name that got sold off the most, which is the Qs. The Qs 568.88. 568.88. Okay, 568.88. I want to see how we interact with PML. If we get below 30 on the VIX, we might try to reclaim that PML 15-minute. Okay, look at that 15-minute. Game plan for today was if we can sweep that 15-minute PML. So it's going to come down to what takes place here as we're at that PML right now. So you get that 5-minute hammer off that PML. This is primarily being driven by the Qs. IW is holding its own. IW is holding its own. It's still above PML. IW is holding its own. Still above that PML. Okay. So you get the nice close above that PML. Okay. I like that. I want to see that close above that PML. If we can get that, I'm looking at the 643s. I want to see a nice close. Okay, I want to see a nice close. I don't want it to turn to a retrace reject, so a nice hold of that PML. So we basically use this thin key zone for us to bounce between 640 and that 639.90. All those levels are provided in the pre-market plan. All right, so all the levels are provided ahead of time. I want to see what takes place here. Moment of truth. All right, so retrace reject or reclaim on the line here. If we can hold above it, continue to push, I'll take the calls. All I need is the VIX to stay below 30. And that continue to push. We do a little bit of selling pressure up there. If the VIX starts to get back above 30, hold 30. Then that can maybe set us back to these lows here. Just trying to get that nice clean entry. I'm looking at the 643s, okay. Okay, let's see if we can pull back just a little bit. If you took that manage accordingly, pull back just a little bit. Get one little wick. One little downside wick. I like how the VIX is moving to the downside there. See when I want to push? Okay, I'll take it right there. Some of the calls there. First trade of the day. In the calls, there we go. If you did take that, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. So again, we're running into VWAP. So again, we have a little bit of room. We have a key level up here as well. So again, if you have to TP fairly quickly, we're bumping our head at that 641.59. That's fine. My risk is going to be these lows down here, 10 to 15%. Okay. Down 7, down 8. Nasty rejection there. If it gets below 640.34, I don't like that last candle. And the VIX is starting to curl back up into that 30. So I want the buyers to try to protect this. If not, it's going to start to slide. See if buyers can pick this thing back up. It's going to come down to PML. Who wants it more? I don't want to break below those candles lows. If we break below those candles lows, that's my exit. Okay, I'll close it right there at 12. So shot my shot there, stopped that at 12. So first trade, stopped out there at 12 on SPY. Reason being, of course, I wanted that continued push. We smacked our head on that 641.59. And then you see the VIX start to hold that 30. If it reestablishes itself, I don't mind re-engaging, right? But I don't want to be caught up in a retrace reject. Okay, I don't want to be caught up in a retrace reject. Okay, let's see what takes place here. Time on sale starting to speed up. See if we can stay within this range until shockwave hour and then have that shockwave to take. If we can stay within that range with the shockwave will be there for us. Okay, so when we do get shockwave, well, what we want to see is VIX below 30. Slight bear edge. Score is F. So unless you TP'd at 6-7% here, or you haven't been invalidated yet, you're seeing a little bit of drawdown. Okay, let's see if we get a nice push. See if you get that nice push. Do buyers pick this thing back up? We are below that VWAP. If the Qs can get above VWAP, that'd be great. If you're in this long. Oh, that was a nice breakdown on the VIX. That was a nice breakdown on Mr. VIX. But it's just this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay, see if we can hold. And keeping a close eye on that 15, okay? Because that sweep on the 15 is taking place. It's taking place, but if you want that official 15-minute break for the sweep, so if that downside and upside push is going to be tied to the call trigger on shockwave. Okay, shockwave hour. 642.65, 639.77 on SPY. ExxonMobil 167.41. Okay, that was a nice push. Just got a little shaken out there. Anyone still in that? If you're still in that, if you're able to withstand a little bit of that back and forth, good, good, good. So right now what we did was we swept that pre-market low. We swept pre-market low. So buyers are willing to get activated in this area. So moving forward, we know there's buyers willing to buy it back up in that area. Now the question becomes, do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel to get us past those highs? Okay, do we have enough fuel to get us past those highs and continue to accelerate? We need the VIX to hold above VWAP, spot hold above VWAP. We're testing that VWAP right now. Okay, starting to speed up. Okay, VIX is creating that separation. So if that can be sustained, that'd be great. If we can hold above this territory here, okay, and validate that double top, and get back to the jaws of the gap, VIX starts to head towards that 29. We might have room. Okay. So first idea played out nicely, but my execution kind of went beyond my risk threshold. Could have been better execution. So we'll look for the second idea. Okay. Starting to speed up here. Look at that, guys. Look at the time and sale. Look at the time and sale. IW is there for the taking as well. IW is right there. Anyone in calls? If you're in calls, okay, you might be done for the day. If you get that break above daily open, things can look interesting because this has room to that this has room to VIX has room to 29. Okay. VIX has room to 29. Help us get to 4,200 subs, guys. 4,200 subs. Okay, we can do it by the end of the day. That'd be great. 100 likes. You see, I said 20 contracts under open. I see your hand up, Brian. You can type your question. Sometimes Google Meets puts people's hands up without them knowing. I'm not sure why. TP 12%, C profit. Beautiful job, trade wins. On that hold above that PML or a different ticker. So now what I'm betting on is the fuel off of this. All right. So this is what the buyers are using. This is the current trend line. All right. Okay, so this still has a little more, still has a room to break if we can come into that 29. Once we come to 29, for us to continue to potentially push, we need that push away from 29. Okay, we need that complete breakdown 29. The first to bleed was the Dow. So if the Dow can start to course correct and get back above 456.80, that can help us. Oh, beautiful job. That shook me out nicely. So we swept that PML. So as long as the integrity of this trend line holds, we're northbound as of now. Okay, as of now, intraday, we're northbound. We swept PML. Qs hold above VWAP. Dow hold above VWAP. Best case scenario, Dow gets above 456.80. Now set the stage. Now we'll set the stage. Okay, a little back and forth. Yeah, it's hard to, so just see profit, take it from point to point. Even this one right here, right, with this entry right here was nice, but it got smacked right at that 641.54. So the refuel, re-engage for a scalp back at those highs is also valid. But again, it's very tight room. So this is, you have to be proficient in scalping and a sniper at taking profit. Okay, so if you're not there, just wait for shockwave or wait for some sort of expansion move. Let it chop back and forth. 15-minute candles inside, so we're still in that that bounce zone. VIX is starting to go. We're putting some pressure on this support. Okay, we broke back below this level. We got into the daily open. We reject off that daily open, so there is some sellers there. So let's make the case for that breakdown. If we're going to make that case for that breakdown, guys, we need the VIX to head back towards 30. Okay, if you took that breakdown, you're in good position. See if you can hold below pre-market low. That's your first soft target. So now let's see if this breakdown has enough fuel to take out these lows. Okay, so far, this is the battleground. All right. Either participation group can dictate the pace inside this range, but getting close to the ends of the range, they start stepping in. Okay, VIX is starting to pick up some steam. Qs back below PML. IW is starting to fuel up as well. So you went drop, pop, see if we get a drop. Nice little W. Or a nice little N. Or backwards N. I'm keeping a close eye on IW. My IW squad. Keep a close eye on IW. Keep a close eye on the Qs. All right, that's 657.89. Everything simultaneously breaks. That'd be great. There goes the Qs. There goes the Dow, IW. See if we can hold below that level. IW is coming to PML, so it can get a little bit dicey there. So let that clear first. Let that clear first. 639.88 maybe. SPY support 639.88. Yep, in this territory within the jaws of here. Yep, I can see that. Trade win. So if I'm looking for this breakdown, I need this support to get flipped. Okay, so we need to generate some fuel, guys. We need to generate some fuel. I'm looking at the 638 puts here. We need to generate some fuel into 30 VIX. And we need everything to start breaking down simultaneously. Okay, there goes IW. There goes the Qs. You want that hold below that PML on IW. See if you get a nice break below this level. So initially, okay, buyers showed up. They bought it up. So in this case, we don't want those same buyers to show up. If they do show up, the selling has to overwhelm the buyers. Looking at the 638s. Puts on SPY. IW already broke. RW is already gone. I want that support break. For this one, okay, I'm going to let it stop me out, scale out, or hit target. 10 o'clock, guys. At 10 o'clock, we do have consumer sentiment as well. So again, at 10 o'clock, 6 minutes from now, we do have consumer sentiment. So that might, if you take a position now, that might conflict or might help you with that consumer sentiment number. So just keep that in mind. All right, we do have a catalyst coming up in about 4 or 5 minutes. So keep that in mind. IWM falls off a cliff. Nice break. So IWM puts. Put signal on IWM. I'm looking at the 638s here on SPY. QQQ puts as well. They're printing. Scale out on IW. Okay, need that retrace reject here on SPY. Puts on QQQ. IW starting to go. IW already hit TP. IW already hit TP1. Okay, so now as we come into this 30, guys, as we come into this 30 on VIX, we need to stay above 30. Stay above 30. Stay above 30. If you took that initial break, manage accordingly, know where your risk is. Put trigger is 639.77. Okay, QQQ as well. IW left the station. Keep in mind, consumer sentiment, inflation expectation data is coming up. Okay, see if you get one little push to the upside as close as possible to the zone, and I'll look to take it to the downside. Okay, my risk will be 640.49. So I'm gonna let it play out, stop me out, or hit target. This might be gone. So if you took the ripple, that's one way. I'll look for that retrace reject or some kind of curl back in. What a sell-off, guys. What a sell-off. Okay, scale out, first scale out given. So IW already hit TP. So see if you get some sort of push back the upside. A little bit of a push, a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Consumer sentiment coming in. Again, if you took that already, scale out if you need to. That's about an 86-cent move. 86-cent move. Hold above that 30. If you can hold above that 30, you'll be good to go. If anyone took that dollar signs in the chat. Got the calls with you, 14%, and got the puts under the open, 40%, done for the day. Beautiful job, OG2K. Okay, good. Strikers, anyone take that? On SPY. I was a little too slow on the trigger on my end. Consumer sentiment, just be mindful of that, guys. Consumer sentiment coming up in a minute. So this can either further enhance that sell-off or get some sort of impulsive push to the upside. So just be mindful of that. Scale out reminder already provided. All right, if you're waiting for TP is coming up, 638.33. So shockwave will be ready next week. Okay, next week we'll be ready. ExxonMobil, did my alert go off? My alert didn't go off. Pretty sure I put an alert. Okay, ExxonMobil as well. All right, so ExxonMobil has left the station. So everything's going off. So that was the one name to pay attention to today. Wow, what a sell-off. So, consumer sentiment, does this make us pop up to the upside? Or do we continue that drop? So the SPY, scale out. IW, IWM, hit TP. Once it gave up that PML, it was good night. Qs. Okay, consumer sentiment data coming in. I'll be there for the retrace reject. I'll wait my turn. Took it for 39%. Beautiful job. All right, 10 a.m. data coming up. $10 a.m. data coming up. Get a little more information here. Can use a little more information. There we go. So the put idea came at 9:56. Okay, this can either enhance or cause a relief pop. Let me check out the data here, guys. Who's babysitting runners? Do we have any babysitters in the chat? Or is everyone just all out, keeping it clean? It's going to come down to that 30 on the VIX. Okay, so consumer sentiment, previous reading 55.5. Keep in mind, consumer sentiment is qualitative data, is survey-based. There's no numbers to back it. It's just survey. Previous reading 55.5. Forecast 53.9. Actual 53.3. So a significant drop in the sentiment of the consumer. Okay. Below the forecast and below the previous reading. Okay, so I'm open to that retrace reject. I want us to continue to expand away from that 30 on the VIX. Get one little push. Okay. Oh, that was quick. See, one more little push. That was a quick entry. If you're able to take that. Look how quick that entry was, guys. That retest entry. All right, it just gave a split second. Split second. That's a really good seat. That's a really good seat right there. So consumer sentiment, a little dead cat bounce, comes back into it, retraces, rejects. So this would be the break entry. This would be the retrace reject. Stopped out 20% puts, beautiful. Bought at 113, sold at 225, 100%, beautiful job. So I'm assuming you probably got this good chunk of this breakdown into that break as well. Turbo, so tremendous job. So you probably had a comfortable seat. I'd probably assume you were probably in the puts from in this territory, near that 641.59 territory, and then rode that to the downside. Tremendous job. Good. Anyone else? So now we're kind of doing that whipsaw dance. Whipsaw dance. All right, so separation away from that 30 on the VIX is going to be critical. Oh, no worries, Brian. No worries. If the VIX falls below 30, they might try to reclaim this. If they try to reclaim it, come into the jaws of that area and fall back below it, that'll be my cue. Doing another slide. Look at this piano keys. Up, down, up, down. Up, down. 5 minutes inside on SPY, inside 5 minute candle. Might be trying to curl here. Okay. That 5-minute candle has about 57 seconds left. So if you're waiting for the move on the other side of that 5-minute candle, let it sort itself out. You're using the strat entry. That's for the puts. And that's for that potential 5-minute reversal. Structurally, of course, we made that nice push down. We made that high, push lower. So the question is, I'm trying to find that next lower high. All right, that next lower high. So if we can do one of these maneuvers, kind of just come into this a little bit and then drop, that'd be the perfect entry. All right, look like it's going to get above it and then start to fall back below it. That'll be a good entry. 15-minute, we still have 10 minutes left on that 15-minute candle. Okay, so that 15-minute candle is still early. Okay, now new 5-minute candle here. VIX is hugging that 30. So any kind of separation away from 30 would be good. Any kind of separation away from 30 would be good to the upside. Upside separation, good for the shorts. Downside separation, good for the longs. So inside 5-minute candle here. On the 5, if we break above that 639.75. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of this back and forth I sit through. Okay, Walmart crossed that 123.79 to the upside. So a little rotation into defense here. See, one more push. One more little push. Okay, so I'm looking for the puts. Just trying to get that good entry. Also, this is going to be a critical trend line to pay attention to as well. Still inside on that 5. Still inside on that 5. Okay, starting to slide here. Okay, follow through is needed here. So we're going back and forth. Look, tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. So there's still some selling pressure. That resistance is holding up. That 5-minute trigger is down here. So it's very close to that TP, but it is there. Still inside on that 5. See if we can hold below that support, trend line support, as it continues to maneuver, continues to try to make those moves. Separation. Okay, one more push. The VIX starts to bounce. I'll take it to the downside. Okay, I want to get my entry as close as possible to these highs. So to at least to sit through a little bit of back and forth. If it goes double inside in the next 2 minutes, means this 5-minute candle doesn't break that 5-minute candle's range. All right. Then that might mean there's a lot of consolidation here and that big move is brewing. We're hugging that 30 on the VIX. I don't trust the rejection. It may go back up. Yeah, so that's what we're trying to filter here. If you took the rejection a couple of times, you're already in position. There's a couple of profit taking opportunities. All right, if you're already allocated risk, it's just a matter of letting it play out. I just want to minimize this sitting through this back and forth. If it does break below these lows and VIX starts to spike, I might be forced to take that entry. Because this thing might be ready to go to the downside. Okay, I like how the VIX is starting to wake up. Not the ideal entry, but I probably have to take it right here. Let it come back a little bit to 638.97. And I'll take it right there. Okay, see if we can start the wick here. VIX starts to bounce. So I want the VIX to clearly bounce, clearly bounce, clearly bounce, clearly bounce. The wick off of that 638.97. I'll have to settle for that entry. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the puts here. A little further away than that entry up there, but I like how the VIX is bouncing. I'll have to settle for that entry. All right. It's up 5. Has room to these lows. Again, be careful at these very lows. So my risk in this case would be up here. My risk would be up there. I like how the VIX is starting to go. Double inside, guys. If you don't believe it, double inside. Double inside. So I want that break below 639.69. We can start rocking and rolling. My NC will be here. Okay, my NC will be up here. If it closes above there, then I got to get out of there. All right, so make or break. Double inside. VIX going back south. So this is my no close. So this is very, very choppy in this 5-minute stretch. Look at this. So if you can wait through this a little bit, might be your best interest. I'm already in puts here. Okay, a lot of back and forth. I'm in the 638s. Average cost 184. So not the best cost, but I'll deal with that. So my risk is going to be up here. No close above there. No close above there. Now really relying on this structural breakdown. Okay. I don't like how the VIX is starting to go south. So if we close above here, this other entry, then that's my line in the sand. Because I don't want this double inside to break. This double inside break will be my risk. So in the meantime, I'll deal with the back and forth. Okay, starting to pick up some speed, probably about a 15-20% stop. Okay, starting to wake up. If it closes right there, right, that's a good entry to the downside, but I got to close it if it closes there. Okay, about to get stopped out. About to get stopped out. Okay. I'll close it there. All right, so 2 trades, 2 stops. All right, try to see if I can get some more room back the downside off of here. See if there was some volatile behind that breakdown. When gave me the confidence when the VIX was bouncing there. And then when it started to break down, then I got to get out of the way. Got to get out of the way. All right, I want to see what takes place here. Okay, we're back in that area, back in that zone. Back in that zone, VIX going south. Qs working their way back in that zone as well. This is a better. So you can see the difference between this entry and this entry here. Right, this is all the way down there, and this significantly better. And I just can't incorporate both those 2 things into one. So just a little impatient here. Okay, see if we can get one more push, and I'll give it a second attempt. One more push. One more push to the upside. One more push. Failed 2 on the 5 would be great. Failed 2 on the 5 would be great. And we're getting close to second shift as well, so let's not lose context. Okay, 16 minutes away from second shift. We're going back and forth here, tit for tat. Shot my shot here. Stopped out. Considering shooting another shot here. Just assessing the scene. Okay. See if we get a nice little wick. That 5 minutes starting to fuel up after going double inside. See if we get a nice little wick. So shockwave, another idea. So it's been scale out. The only thing that really hit TP. The only thing that really hit TP was IW. Everything else is scale out. Okay. Now, if we wick aggressively, I'll be there. If it continues to push, it's driving into the jaws of those EMAs, driving to those waves. VIX going south. Get back below it, I'll be there. If it continues to push to the upside, I'll just let it be. All right? And that'll be my last trade of the day. So I already took 2. Okay, we're starting to course correct here. Starting to wake up. After going double inside for a little bit of time, starting to wake up. So fall back below here, reclaim it to the downside. I'll be there. If not, we'll look for something else. I'll shoot one more shot on this Friday, and then that'll be it. How we doing so far, guys? How we doing so far? How you guys doing so far? Done for the day. Puts made 364 for a contract. Short still on the table. Put flow. Take a look at the flow. All right. So if I were to take this once again, we get stopped out. The VIX is going south. That's opening up the door for, so we can see, okay, you can see we got the low, we got the low, we got a high, we got a high, and we're starting to move in this channel. A channel very similar to this. So this was the lower low. So now the question is, do we get a higher high or do we get a higher low? That is the question. So everything is still red in relation to the daily, into the daily open. Okay. Trying to find the flow for it. Give me 1 second. Collapse back under it, we'll be there. So one shot left. Rejection off the VWAP, rejection off of those EMA, jaws those EMAs. That's what I want to see. Close back below key zone. Okay. So I think today is just entry. Just depending on where you entered, you can make something out of it. If you don't get a good entry, you get stopped out. Respect your stop. We're going back to VWAP. Spies back at VWAP. IW is back at VWAP. IW just crossed back below pre-market low. So is this just a giant pre-market low sweep? Is it a giant pre-market low sweep? Let's go to the 15 real quick. All right, we don't want to forget too much about our game plan chart. So we fell below these lows down here. 641.57. Okay, 641.51 I should say. These are the lows in pre-market before the Trump announcement. So we swept those lows. So do we have enough fuel to really drive price back above VWAP, back above pre-market low, and start to push back the upside? So that's what I'm solving for here. And if we do, this is the zone to pay attention to closely here. So between PML and that 641.59. And that also encompasses VWAP as well. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. We're going to do the giveaway at 12 o'clock. Okay, I'll give you the instructions here shortly. Give you the instructions here shortly. So back to VWAP we go. Let's get caught up with the chest. Stopped out 20%. Got at 950 right at the open test. And key holding support. Trade MNQ, buy curl. Give me NASDAQ. Take a swim because I see that the volume and take a swim is really low. Think about silver. Did we get a silver alert? SLV. Okay, so what came in? SLV. Confidence 57.1. So let's see what the AI is thinking. Let me put my alert there. Okay. I like that smack off VWAP. And let's take a look at SLV. So what is the confidence? Usually 65, 70% confidence is good. SLV is already starting to move. Right, it's basically maybe at support, right? At support, SLV, the idea on AI is starting to move already. Potentially back to that gap fill and take into consideration, it also takes into consideration flow. And we're starting to see some flow volume coming in SLV. I want to hold below that key zone. Hold below that key zone, sign me up. Okay, sign me up. This will be the last trade of the week. Hold below key zone. I'll be back in that. Break below that level. Let's go. Fuel off that VWAP. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. I'm in the puts. Back in second attempt. Okay, up 5. My risk is going to be the same as here. So it's make or break. So either stop me out or scale out. Okay, hold below this key zone. That'd be great. Stop me out or scale out. I like that 5-minute engulfer. I want that to stay as an engulfer for the next few minutes. So far the trades did show us a little bit of green, flash green, but nothing sufficient up until this point. Okay, I like how everything's starting to break. I want a nice slide. I want the VIX to start to pursue that 30 now. Okay, go, go, go. Keys on hold. That'd be great. If you have that entry, that VWAP rejection entry, you have a comfortable seat. Okay, let this thing drop. My stop is 640.49. 640.49 right here. So no close there. All right. So either hit profit, scale out, reminder, or stop me out. All right. So I think this is the first time we shot 3 shots. 3 shots in first shift this week. So what I'm basically saying is I want this low to be the lower low, if that makes sense. All right, so we're safely saying this is the low, this is the low, this is the lower low. If that's the lower low, then that means we're right. If that's not the lower low, okay, we might try to make another attempt, maybe at an equal low, equal high, I should say, that lower high. If I said low, I meant to say high. Might make an attempt at the lower high or an equal high. But if this is the lower low, more than likely, we're looking for a lower low here. I need that break below 639.47. My NC lines up beautifully with VWAP, so no close back above VWAP. Okay, VWAP as well as a little bit wide, but I'm looking for a 2R, 1R, 2R type of situation. Get stopped out again, we'll see. So as during this setup here, what we want to see is all the indexes break those lows. Okay, we want the bears to establish control at this key zone, get some wicks. If the VIX can start to get to the footsteps of 30 and break past 30, that'll be our cue. If we just stall right there, we get back above VWAP and validate is stopped out, and we'll be done for the week. Okay? So let's see how it rolls here. All right, so I want the Qs to break below 566.82. I want IW to break below these lows. Synchronized selling, very similar to what we saw yesterday. Okay? I like this key zone. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Decisive break below 639.47 is needed. Buyers are trying to fight. They're putting up a fight. At every low, they're putting up a fight. Okay, so today it's going to be all about entries. Okay, if you enter it off lows, you might get wicked out, might be seen through drawdown. In this case, guys, as we're coming into that 30 on the VIX, we need to blast past that 30. Blast past that 30. We don't want that 30 to lead to a rejection. This 5-minute candle, Q, hold below 566.82. That'd be great. IW, hold below that 5-minute candle low as well. See if we go candle over candle, break the support. Feel free to TP anytime. I'm waiting for scale out or hit TP. TP is 638.33. Okay. Up 6. I think it refuses to quit. Okay, now the VIX is at 30. We need us to push above 30 with strength. We don't want to hang out at 30. Have a conversation at 30. Go back and forth. We just want us to push above 30, continue to go, and we want the synchronized selling to take place across the board. Okay. Up 6, up 7. See, buyers refuse. Right. That's why today the name of the game is entry. So you can be right on the chart, wrong on the entry. And if you respect your stops, all right, you'll get stopped out. Okay, now I want VIX to stay above 30, and I want us to pursue these lows down here, 638.70. That might be the first scale out reminder. In the meantime, in this next 1-minute juncture, we need all the indexes to hold below that 5-minute low. Okay. Go, go, go. There we go. up 7, up 8. Again, feel free to TP anytime, guys. All right. Everyone has different risk tolerance, different TPs. So 8 has a great TP. But for the amount of risk I defined, okay, I want more than 8. Now we do have some buyers that previously stepped up in this area. So we can get a little bit of contention down there, a little bit of support there. So let's see if we can at least gravitate towards these lows with that support. That should put us in the teens, okay? That should put us in the teens. Okay, new shift here. New shift, new shift, new shift. Okay, flip of that hourly. Now, VIX. Stay above 30, of course. But more specifically, if you can stay above that 30.05, that'd be great. Okay. We are seeing some buyers trying to step in here. We'll sit through that. All right, I'll sit through that. I want no reclaim of this level, though. That's 639.44 on SPY. See if we can absorb some of those buyers. See if we can absorb some of those buyers. Took profit at 15. Good, good, good. Good job, Mimi. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing so far? SPY 638.80 zone. There's support there. Yeah, in this area right here, trade wins. So I want to take it into that support area. New 5-minute candle, new hourly candle, new 30-minute candle, new 15-minute candle. So new candles across the board. So that new 5-minute breaker is right here. See if we get back below 639.07. Okay, we're trying to wake up here. We're trying to wake up there. VIX back below 30. All right, so we're probably going to gravitate back towards that key zone. Okay, so max hit 8%, 7-8%. Okay, we'll still babysit this. Okay, I want that key zone to hold. All right, I want that key zone to hold. There's going to be a little back and forth. Somewhat of a head and shoulder-ish type of situation here. But again, this back and forth chop does chew at the premium. So again, it's Friday. Make sure you're using less size. And this will be the last trade of the week for me. All right. So I needed to hit that target or a scale out. See if those waves can work in our favor. Everything is headed south. We got a strong bear control. So if I was treating this as more of like a scalp, that 8%, that's a great scale out. And then let it play out. But I want this thing to at least come into the support area. Okay. That support zone on NQ. Yeah, the Qs are in that support zone as well. Back and forth, forth and back. Ideally, hold below key zone. Okay, final risk is up here. All right, so this is that final risk all the way up there at 640.49. And these lows are down here as well. So it's in his best interest, okay, to grab these lows and then go prior shift lows. That 15, that hourly looks like inside. It's inside as well. That 15 is inside as well. Actually, it's directional. So that's what it looks like. So you can see we broke below the zone. Retrace, reject. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. My entries in this area. So again, you might see a little back and forth. But if your entry's a little bit better, again, it's going to be about entries. That's what the retrace reject is basically looking like. Okay, so as long as we stay below that bigger picture PML, okay, this window is open. And that PML closely coincides with that VWAP as well. All right. So at least let this key zone hold. We're starting to see some buyers pick up some speed here. Q is starting to bounce near those lows. IW is near VWAP. IW looks like, the Dow I should say is near VWAP. Looks like it wants to go inverse. Inverse head and shoulder. Okay. Being patient for the break lower. Yep. So if you're waiting for that complete break of that support, continue to wait. So if that takes place, it's going to really help this really go to double digits and start to go. But this is what the retrace reject on the 15 is what this is attempting essentially. And we're basically riding, we're just cruising on the support. So let's see if we can at least break the support. Break the support. Risk is all the way up here. No scale out reminder yet. Senate vote to end shutdown that has Air Force left to see that has SNAR-led airports and TSA workers. Okay. So it looks like the shutdown is over. Yeah, we're still on partial government shutdown. Okay. Anyone in a position? Yeah, the head and shoulder. This one right here. Trade wins. That's the one. That's why I want that key zone to hold. If you're looking for the market structure shift, it's going to be tied to these highs here. All right. That's why I would love that head and shoulder to play my favor. All right. Come into this territory and then go. All right. Going back and forth. So that's going to be tied to this key zone, that right shoulder. Let me clean up the chart a little bit. A little messy. So this will be the last trade of the day, guys. 3 trades. First one stopped out. Second one stopped out. Not the best entry in the second one, but again, I'll still respect that stop. Third one, okay, is to see if we can hit that target. We already seen green, so I'm treating this more of a hit target or a stop out trade rather than just purely a scalp. Okay, there we go. See if we get that continued push lower. I want to hit that target. Break below the support here. Yes, sir. Okay, go, go, go. We need some fuel behind that. We need some fuel behind that at that 15. I'm looking at that 15. That retrace rejecting the 15. There we go. There we go. There we go. TP if you need to, double digits, guys. Scale out. Let's scale out right there at 12. Scale out reminder. Just before we get this support. Good, good, good. And now I want the support to get completely broken. See how I just gave you that scale out right at support? So that's a 13% scale out. So now let's see if we can get that complete breakdown. Okay. So automatic gives you the scale out. Okay, and there's a great time to scale out as well. We're at support. If you want to sit through it, that's by all means. If it lines up, especially if you're holding further dated cons, if you're using the 15, that's great as well. So let me just make some. So no close up here above this key zone. If we don't close up here above that key zone, okay, I'm going to keep those runners and see if they can really start to break down. However long it takes. All right, however long it takes, because it's 15-minute. I like how the VIX is starting to fuel back up. It's 15-minute. That retrace reject looks really interesting. All we need to do is break these lows. We do have support there, but if we can break those lows, that opens up the window, and we're trending lower. All right, so we're going to get that response off of the support, but we don't want the support bounce to be sufficient to the point where we shift the entire structure. We're going to allow those support bounces, okay, to turn into dead cat bounces. Okay. This will be my no close there. So who extracted profits already? If you did, tremendous job. This will be my no close. That'll be my no close. MU short printed 300%. MU falling off a cliff. Good night for MU. Yeah, MU. So this must have been a multi-day. MU scalped and got stopped out. MU just chopping around. See if you can break below these lows. Continue to go. And you don't take that, strikers. Again, always good to take that TP right before support. All right. Let's come up with a saying. Abort your short at support. Okay. Abort your short at support. Abort your short at support. That's our new saying. Abort your short at support. Took a little profit. Good. So for me, it was either get stopped out up here, okay, 7% or wasn't as sufficient as I wanted. But if I got that scale out, I'll scale out, and that's right there. Okay, because this risk in reality is about 20 to 25%. All right, so I have to respect the support here for double digits and see if we can get that full break. We're getting that back and forth. Plus time is passing. We're still within prior shifts range. Can enough buyers rally off of the support? $1 million question. We're able to take that breakdown trade wins. That was a nice break. If you got it here, you probably could squeeze double digits out of it if you have that good entry. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. So far, we took 3 trades. 2 stopped out. 1 worked in our favor. The one I didn't like is this one, right? This one, maybe I got a little too excited for that complete break, but just being a little more patient. Even taking it off this, we can squeeze something off of it. But if I was looking to hit TP in this second attempt here, I would have got stopped out anyways. Right, so I could have done a better job on identifying that cleaner entry. So we want the support to get broken. Okay, that is a support territory. We do have first shifts lows here. So I don't want to see a sweep. I want to see a break, retest, continue to drop. Okay. So a retrace reject once we break would be great. See if we can continue, stop that IWM, another 15% profit. Time to, beautiful job, Lynn. We've been crushing IWM. Again, guys, start closing out your weeks. QQQ 560 coming up. Let's take a look at it. Possible. QQQ's at support, right? So if you're short already, you have a little bit of a profit cushion. After taking profits, you're in good position. But to go short right there is possible. But just be mindful you're short at support. So you need something to completely break down. There goes IW. IW is the clean one today, Lynn. Okay, IW is the one. So first it hits 2 TPs. Okay, it doesn't give you the signal there. It hits 1 TP, but it hit 2 TPs. So again, where's the support on IW? There's territory here. QQQ. I'll just set my alert here on SPY. Okay. QQQ, grab those lows. So we're seeing divergence here. So QQQ, if QQQ can grab those lows and start to push the upside, QQQ even provided better opportunities today. All right. You can see that puts, hits target, puts, hits target. So can we get that QQQ sweep and we get some flow into the rotation into some of those mega cap names that are beat up, and that lifts everything else? So we want QQQ to break down here. That would help our case. Look at the time of sale starting to speed up. Some large orders coming in. Okay. So still the runners here, up about 10%. So everything went at least 1R today except SPY. SPY gave multiple scale outs, but no 1R on SPY. Primarily because of the Dow. The Dow is not falling off that cliff. Okay, go, go, go. Go, go, go. On a nice break below 638.73. Okay, if you haven't taken TP yet, again, it's flashed double digits multiple times. There we go. There we go. TP hit. TP hit. Make sure to TP if you need to. Okay. First shift's lows grabbed. I like how the VIX is starting to push up. I'm going to move my NC to right here. So the TP has been hit. Who took TP right there, guys? If you took that, dollar signs in the chat. Okay, so my stop would be a close back above the 9. Okay, so we did get that nice little grab of those lows. If we close back above that 638.36, basically close to break even, I'll be out of there. I'm primarily trying to play that 15-minute. So this is that first shift low grab. Okay, first shift low grab, sweeps, mean reversions, you'll be in there. Okay, so that's a mean reversion. Okay, I'll close it right there. All right, so stopped out on runners there. Hit TP hit 20+%. I already scaled out a majority in this territory, but I wanted to see there's something behind it. Look at that mean reversion. All right, so on that note, look at that mean reversion there. So it comes into first shift's lows, whoosh, other way. Okay, anyone take that? Anyone take the grab? If you took the grab, that's a nice grab. That's a nice lotto for a grab. Keep in mind, we're still in the jaws of that downtrend, so everything's still trending lower. So this 1 minute, 2 minutes, probably 30, 40% there. Okay. So everything is sweeping those lows and trying to go back to the other side. So on that note, all the trades took place first shift. Stopped out on 2, one worked in our favor. Then stopped out on the runners. TP did get hit. I wanted to see if there was a little more left in that. Okay, to the downside. And we saw that mean reversion. So we grabbed those lows, textbook setup. And bounced, and now we're going the other way. This is the grab. This is the algos trapping those sellers there. So these are the ones that work out really well. I worked out really well this week. So from Monday to basically from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it was all mean reversion. If you recall. Okay. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, mean reversion. Thursday, yesterday, no mean. Look at that, guys. No mean reversion. And then today, mean reversion. Look at that. That is a beautiful, wow. Talk about a first shift low grab. Took SLV 26%. Algo, okay. So if you take the trades on the algo, guys, feel free to maybe add an emoji to the algo or maybe a comment to it. So you can see the algo already paying dividend. So we added that to the community. Okay. So do your due diligence, filter through it. There's going to be signals coming in. So I haven't factored that into the community's price. If you were to subscribe to Tradie Ticks on its own, I think it costs you about $70. Okay, $70 to be subscribed. They have a lot of cool features, but all this comes with your subscription to our community. Man, this first shift low grab is giving me FOMO. This is smoking 100%. But look how they did it dirty. SLV 48%. Let's go, Fido. So one of our great traders took the signal from today. Again, you have to use the signal, see if it makes sense, put it through your filter. All right, it tells you exactly when to enter. It's based on, of course, the technicals and as well as flow. Okay. Options flow. It tells you 417, tells you the exact contracts, tells you the exact strike. 48% right there, so beautiful, beautiful job. That comes with your plan. All right, today is the last day. Today is the last day, guys, before the price increase. Next week, price is going to increase. So for my members, you don't have to worry about that. Okay, you're grandfathered in for the lifetime of your subscription. All right, your price will never increase. As long as you're a member, you're locked in for the lifetime of your membership. Okay, so again, we're going to have that increase next week. We're going to have Shockwave 15 releasing next week. So Shockwave 15, scale out there, TP there. All right, and we're going to be releasing that next week. So this is the system, the indicator, all going to be provided to you. It's going to be a great tool to add to your tool belt. And silver 81%. Let's go. All right. So again, it's just resources. It's just tools. All right. So there's nothing else you need more than that. Everything else, you just use those resources and tools. All right. Think of yourself as a handyman. Okay. At some point in time, if you want to get the job done, if you understand how to use a screwdriver, you're going to have to upgrade to a drill. Not because the screwdriver can get the job done, but it's not as efficient. Okay, it's not as efficient. So you're going to have to get the tools and resources to help you get the job done in the most efficient manner. Beautiful job. The resources unmatched. Thank you. Absolutely, Lynn. And a big shout out to everyone who's been with me since the OGs, right? So over 10 months. You guys know how we've been from the beginning, and that's how we're going to continue to be. Lead with education. Nothing really changes on our end. All right, we just show up, put our best foot forward, Okay. Try to keep it as educational possible. Process over profits. So nothing changes. At some point in time, all right, we will be the biggest, if not the biggest. But that's not going to change the core of what we do. All right, because we're here to help traders, educate traders, give them the tools and the resources, lead with a demonstration. Okay, and that's the recipe, guys. So again, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like the video. The introductory price for Shockwave 15. Okay, one-time price. Okay, for one. Okay, maybe keep it for a week and a half, 2 weeks, guys. Maybe a 2-week stretch. It's going to be $4.97. After that, it's going to go to its full price. Okay, so it constantly gives you the ideas. If you are a disciplined trader, right? If you really want to trade and you're a disciplined trader, you understand the framework of how Shockwave 15 works. Okay, for the ones who do purchase, I was thinking of putting a video together explaining it. But what I'll probably do is for the ones who do purchase it, we'll have a live webinar. So if you have any questions about it, if you have any things you want me to go over, that will help tremendously. Rather than the video of me telling you what to do and how to use it, I think that live experience would be much better for the ones who do make that purchase. Okay, because it's going to give you it's going to use it as further confirmation. Again, it's just a tool. All right, you're going to have to put the best tools in your toolbox as a trader. Again, you can get away with having a screwdriver and a hammer. You can get the job done. But if there's other tools out there to make your work as efficient as possible, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Was there any other alerts? So keep a close eye, guys. If you like those further data cons, if you like those further data trades, okay. Keep a close eye on that algo feed. All right, so let me just take a look at everything here on the side. So here, that was added this week. So we got sweep. Okay, we got sweep bots, golden sweep bots, and here, AI alerts. Silver, this is the one. So if you click it right there, it will give you the exact chart, and you can, on top of that, you can look at the levels and do your due diligence. As always, manage risk. Okay, here's NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA, the 515 contract. So this is a little further out. So 515, more than likely, you have to pay attention to it on the 4-hour, 1 hour, bigger picture time frames. So far, it's down about 14%. So when it's said and done, I think what it does is updates the P&L, if I'm not mistaken. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but we'll see. Lift, hourly chart, breaking down. Look at lift. So it tells you. Beyond Meat, hourly chart, breaking support. I think Beyond Meat reported earnings not too long ago. Spies headed back to VWAP. Netflix, 78% confidence. So do your due diligence, okay? Okay, and you can see here, please always do your due diligence. On top of these ideas, for shorter term expirations, it's better to add some time on it. All right, so again, I'm expecting everyone to do their due diligence. So now we grab these lows. We're basically back in the heart of that range. Things are getting very, very choppy. On that note, guys, shot 3 shots, all shots in first shift. Stopped out there, worked out here, stopped out on runners. So we'll just continue to provide that commentary, go over some charts. We'll do the end of the week poll. If you're done for the week, if you're done for the day, if you're done for the week, let us know. Another week in the books, guys. Okay. I want to hope everyone is back in profits today. I haven't been able to trade much this week. Tenant to the business. Full season's already in full effect. SoCal, we're extremely busy. Days in next week, the month, quarter. I was hoping 60K by the end of March. Well, they want to be short. Nevertheless, it's been a great. It's in the market. 100%, guys. Yeah, so got to tend to business, Hero. So we have a lot of business owners as well in our Discord. If you shoot for the stars, okay, landing on a cloud is not bad. All right, so I would consider that landing on the cloud tremendous. Okay, good job. But by no means are the conditions easy. Okay, by no means. So if you're struggling, if you're having a hard time, all right, the conditions have not been favorable. But that's not to say that there aren't people finding success. Okay, there are people finding success. So as long as something is moving, there's opportunity. GLD starting to go. Yep, GLD starting to wake up. GLD got back about that 4,500. So if you're waiting for that major retrace reject, again, remember you have to wait for it to come back that territory. So that big move has not taken place yet. Down goes the VIX. Crude is starting to stall, pulling back slightly off those highs. SPY very messy. Okay. QQQ, let's take a look at it. A Shockwave standalone program, or does it run on TradingView? It runs on TradingView. So you hook it up and run it on TradingView. Okay, so there's no subscription, one time, lifetime access. You have access to all the updates. Okay, so I'm excited for Q2, guys. Okay, so it's going to be awesome. You said 582. Let's draw that 582 level. Okay, if I can draw it. The funny thing is, next week, the quarter starts in the middle of the month. The new monthly candle start in the middle of the week, I should say. So 582. So 582. We're quite a ways away from 582. Yeah, so we do have some resistance at 582. I can see that. Yep. So that's basically almost 50% retrace, close to 50% retrace, slightly above it on the hour on the yesterday's candle. But before we even get there to 582 on the Qs, right? We have to just think of everything as stepping stones to bigger levels. All right, so we have this major gap down we have to address from today. Okay. Major gap down we have to address today. And then, of course, we have that weekly downside breaker. Of course, we have that 582 year level, which is support. So the question now becomes, if we have that, just to use it as an example, if I have this 582 as a level for today, which is a sufficient level, which is a sufficient resistance level, I should say, right? The question I have to ask myself is, what are the chances of that level coming into play, okay, within this particular shift, within this window in time? What are the odds of that level coming into play? Sufficient level. You like that level, all right? Say if I like that level as well, any level I have. So if it's outside of the realm of possibility, okay, for that particular time, anything is possible. Or I would say outside of the realm of probability, means that there's a low probability of it getting there because anything can happen. Then I'd probably shift my focus, especially if I'm looking to trade the smaller time frames, in neighboring levels. Right? First, I have this gap here. I have my daily open there. I have my first shift low, first shift high. Right? But say if we were trading right at that 582, that's a strong resistance level you have, beautiful. Right? Because sometimes what happens is we have these beautiful levels with such strong support resistance, right? But the market doesn't come to it and it's too far away. So this is two ways. So it's either you continue to wait for that level and don't do anything, or you trade other things if you have the capacity to do so while you wait for that idea to come to fruition. If that makes sense. Somewhat of inverse head and shoulder and Qs here. Right? So that's kind of how I treat it as well. So if you take a look at my key zones and all that stuff, there's the same way. So again, that daily downside breaker is here. Okay. So this morning, that daily downside breaker is here. So I have a critical level here from this morning. Daily downside breaker, weekly downside breaker. This is a very appealing resistance level. All right. So it's not coming into play right now. So there's nothing I can do right now. So it's either I do nothing or wait for this particular thing. Or wait for this particular thing. And in the meantime, if you have the capability to take advantage of things happening in between. But the thing is, sometimes what happens, the con of doing that is you get overly focused. You exhaust the mental capital here. And then by the time it comes into it, all right, you're out of mental capital. And you don't take advantage of it. Right? Kind of, I would say that slightly what took place yesterday to me there. So the primary focus we were paying attention to, of course, was that the retrace reject off that daily downside breaker. So we took the longs into it. Of course, we traded some other things in between after the fact, after it took place. But if I do have that major level, it might be in my best interest, your best interest, okay, to go further dated while babysitting shorter dated, to let it play out because it's a bigger picture idea. Okay, so now we're trying to sweep this pre-market low. All right, so let me know if that makes sense. So there's a lot of pros, cons. You do one thing, takes away from the other. So you have to find that healthy balance. Healthy balance is critical. The Discord is a monthly subscription. So monthly subscription. Just like your cable bill, just like Netflix, just like Hulu, just like ESPN Plus, or just like anything else. Paramount Plus. Speaking of Netflix, they are looking to increase their plan. They're looking to increase their plan. I would say at the worst time possible, you decide to increase it now. All right. All right, so we're just chopping in a prior shift's range. We already swept first shift's lows. We came into these highs, so we shifted that structure. So now, as long as these lows don't get taken out, okay, as long as these lows don't get taken out, and we use this key zone as a potential bounce, we can start to see a nice grind back higher. Let me clear up the chart a little bit. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes is the goal. And make sure to subscribe. Okay, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Interesting. Let me try that now. Okay. So add you in the AI alerts. Okay, I'm going to add you in there. Okay. How are we doing so far, guys? Folks on YouTube, how are we doing? We're going to do our giveaway for our 1-year stream anniversary. So stay tuned to that. We'll start taking names at 11:45. Next week, new quarter, new month, same week, New opportunities. Look forward to what the market has in store. Do you see that okay? Do you see that okay? Okay, there you go. Can you see it now? Send me that DM if you see it now. I'm not sure why it's doing that. So any channels you guys don't have access to, guys, I think we found the hack. I think OK found the hack. All right, so if you were a striker, these are all the channels you have access to. Okay, you have access to all these channels. Okay, except for mission control and upgrade today. Okay, you have access to all these channels. See all these educational tools, members lounge, trading floor, analyst grading. We got an update on what? What do you get an update on? Okay, WGO, VG, TSN, Tyson Chicken. Okay, TRGP, SMCI. Not touching that. Okay, nice rejection off those highs up there on the 5. TSM sweep coming in, 417, 918. So further data, ExxonMobil, some puts there. Dell, 515s. Done for the week. Thank you, George. Looking forward to Shockwave next week. SLV was 84. SLV was 84. Wow. So 1 win for the AI bot. 1 win for the AI bot. Any news updates, guys? Any news updates? Let's see what we got here. What do we have here? Fed, okay. Canada budget balance. Fed. Change down. Okay, Fed. There's a couple of Fed members speaking. Fed. Spot gold extend gains, yeah. Okay, we came into these highs. Came into that. Get this key zone up here. We're starting to crack. See if this leads us back to the floor. Back to the floor we go. We shall see. QQQ, another Shockwave 15. I was going to type in Shockwave 15 has a ticker. At this point, so you can see that the sweep started with the Qs. Once the Qs swept, Shockwave 15 on the Qs, okay. Scale out if you took it. Scale reminder given. If you're holding the target, 666.35. We did see some of that divergence as well between SPY and the Qs. You see there's a lot between ES and NQ. If you trade futures, you know that divergence. If you take a look at the Qs, coming into that those critical highs, the Qs went like this. Okay, of course we did this, and then we did that drop, and then we came here. So these highs become the most important highs. All right, so as we're coming to those highs, we get this initial drop, we sweep those lows, we come in, we fall short. Okay, and then we start to slide. On the other hand, so we did not sweep this high. On the other hand, SPY grab that high. So that's when the divergence comes in. So a divergence between SPY and the Qs is very similar to ES and NQ or any other pairs that you decide to trade. Okay. Okay, is that going to be that higher low? If it is, higher high incoming. If it is, higher high incoming. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We'll do the 1 year stream anniversary giveaway on top of our regular giveaway. We're a little light on the likes this morning, so do me a favor. 135 plus people joining us this morning. Smash the like button if you're a first-time viewer. Let us know where you're joining from. Okay, long-time viewers, take the next steps. Jump in our community. Start off a new quarter, fresh month with us. Is Shockwave available in the Discord and TradingView platform? Are you on the TradingView platform? Which platform are you on? Hold on. Okay, do you use long-term member? Do us long-term member get new Shockwave? No, Shockwave is a separate product. So on stream, I will be displaying the Shockwave, but if you want to use it, if you want to have it for your own, have it for yourself, that's what it's for. Weeble. Okay. This is TradingView. This is Weeble. TradingView and Weeble. Okay. So I look forward to next quarter. We'll try to get our stocks after dark meeting tonight. Not tonight. Sunday night. We might go a little later, maybe at 8 o'clock. I'll let you guys know. But we'll definitely continue to do that. I do got to be somewhere on Sunday. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. But if it starts a little later, all right, I'll let you guys know ahead of time. But we'll try to get that in. I'll do my best to ensure we can at least get 30 to 45 minutes in to go over what took place this week, to look ahead, and, of course, to cover some tickers, to go over some questions. All right, that's very important. So if you missed last week's episode, that's available. And I did create a new channel. Again, guys, I started to, after the recaps, okay, I've started posting the previous episode as well. Okay, so a lot of you asked for that. So moving forward, the previous episodes have been posted. And there's another channel in the trading floor. If you just go to the stream replay. Right, so from now on, we're going to start posting that. Nice little drop here. What a drop. Nice rejection off that PML. That was a cleaner retrace reject. Okay, up there. Q's hit TP. It looks like SPY was a shaky one today. SPY was shaky today. Q's hit TP once. Q's hit TP twice. Q's hit TP 3 times. So 3 for 3 on the Q's. Whether you took it once, whether you took it all 3 times. That's your call. SPY scale out the first time. Stop out a second time. And scale up and a hit TP the 3rd time. Look at IW. Hit TP, 1 and 2. In this case, stopped out. And in this case, about to hit TP. Hit TP 1. Okay. Who's done for the week, guys? If you're done for the week, make sure to leave a review. All right. On WAP, a lot of you have joined through WAP. We've migrated to WAP this month. So we're still relatively new on WAP. So we're going to need those reviews, guys. It's going to help us tremendously. So Leave some stars, leave some feedback on the review. It's very straightforward when you log into your WAP account. I believe they have some stars on the bottom. And you can leave the review. Yes, sir, I see it. That's weird. There's a lot of few they're not showing, but for now, I don't want to pause the content. Okay, good. So if you can't see something, okay, just let me know. We'll do that same routine. That's actually good because now we know the workaround if someone else is experiencing that. Not sure why. But that's a very creative workaround because I did check on the back end, and you have premium access and you have access to everything. SLV. So we got 2 people in SLV. Okay. Look at that, guys. Ooh wee! Look at that. Even Shockwave said SLV. Okay. Now look at that. So calls, hits TP. So I wonder when that AI signal came in, and then if you can use that AI signal and Shockwave as an entry model. What time did that AI signal come in? It came in at 9:56. Okay, so 9:56, AI signal comes in. So let's mark that out. Boom. Comes in right there. All right, so after it even went to the upside once, it goes to that daily open, bounce off daily open, comes back into Shockwave. Shockwave sends a signal, even provides that retest. And then hits TP3. And SLV is just out of here. Okay? SLV is just completely out of here. All right, so we're trying to have it to the point where, of course, there's so many things that are running, there's so many things that are dropping, so many things that are chopping. But if we can have the tools and resources available, something is going to trigger and it's going to come to our attention. Rather than you going to venture out, it's going to hit our radar somehow, some way. All right, so that's the whole point. So beautiful job. If you took SLV this morning, down for day 4 for 5 green this week after 1 for 5 last week. I love the discipline. Just come back, remain level-headed, and completely flip the script. Beautiful job, ERA. Again, guys, if you're done for the day, okay, weekend, look to make one adjustment. I like the adjustments I made this week. Cleaning up the execution, trying to be as clean as possible, minimal, engage in as minimal back and forth as possible. All right. So going into this week, or going into next week, or going to the next quarter, next month, which happens in the middle of the week. All right, just to be sharper on the execution. Okay, to be sharper on execution. Once the risk is allocated, it's allocated. But to be sharper on the execution and to understand that the market is rewarding, all right, the folks that are getting involved, that are selling into strength, buying weakness. Okay? Unless it's a complete breakdown, which we are seeing from time to time with follow through. If you're buying or breakout, look at this. We've been getting this one candle that does this kind of action every single day this week. All right, look at that. Okay, look. So every day this week, we've been getting this candle. We have not seen it any other time throughout the year. Okay. So SAT indicator that's not available. That's going to be available soon. That one, that one, you also can't see that one either. Everything else you should be able to see. All right, let the festivities begin. That's your sign. Whenever you see a candle like this, that means, okay, it's time to pack up. Any videos on setting up Webull and TradingView, I do have a video on that. I got to go in the Discord. Okay, we do have a free video on YouTube as well. Our question is, can we stay above that PML? Okay, that's a nice little push, nice little spike. But can we stay above that PML? Because this can very well be a nice little trap, little shake and bake before our dump. All right, can we stay above PML? Can we stay above VWAP? If you go down to past webinars, set up Webull, Turbo Trader, and go all the way up. Here's the indicators that I use for TradingView. Okay. So that's all available in the private playlist. Okay. So that this indicator will be available for sale next week. Available for sale. Like, I've been working on it for a long time. All right, so it's not just something we just slap together and decide to package up. This really started, if you were attending the backtest series, okay, and we're doing the Shockwave 15 or backtest series, okay, that was basically the seed. All right, so a couple of our members said, hey, you know what? Can we go over the orb? And then we went over it. We back tested it. We put some criteria around it. We built an entry model around it, a risk framework around it. All right, so now I found a way to package that up, and it can do that automatically by taking the guesswork out. Okay, so it's a tool, just like a drill. It's a tool you probably need in your tool belt. All right, so we'll do the giveaway here shortly. First time, welcome. If you're a first time viewer, if you're reading this, like the video, absolutely, guys. Make sure to smash the like button. So winning the giveaway gives you 1 year access. Okay, it's a huge giveaway. 1 year access to the Discord. Okay, 1 year access to the Discord. This is available to everybody. So say if you're on a plan right now, you say you're on the yearly plan. All right. So what I'll do is, since you're on the yearly plan, you pay for that. You paid for the entire year. What I'll do is the next year, you won't be charged on the renewal. All right. So this is open to everybody. If you're an existing member, one of my strikers, if you win, you can cancel your monthly membership. And from today on, for 12 months, you'll have access. All right. So this is going to be the biggest giveaway. Looking at my first green week. Congratulations, Thomas. That's what we do it for. Okay. All right. That's the whole point, guys. To help you get to that green, as close as possible to green. And if you can see that first green week, that's just a spark. That's all you need. Have my call set for that order, 0 DTE sold. I expect a real bounce at 644. Looking for a nice little reclaim there, Sancho. Nice, nice, nice. So when I say put your names in the chat, I will be collecting those names. So first things first, before we do that, let's get to 100 likes so we can do our regular giveaway. Okay, regular giveaway for the course. And then on top of that, we'll do the annual giveaway. 12 months of access. What do you have access to? So I haven't even updated the site on what you have access to, the community features. All right, we add all the AI stuff, the flow stuff. We're going to continuously be adding more stuff to it, guys. This is what you have access to. Full Discord, live trading screen share ad-free. Pre-market prep stream every morning at 9 a.m. before market open. Extended live trading coverage, high win rate trade ideas, option trading beginners course. Now 2,500 plus hours of live trading content you can go back and watch. All right, so this library continues to grow. Ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed. All right, automated technicals, watch list, day trade, swing trade ideas, supportive community, expanding tools and resources. Now we added the AI trade bot, AI breakdown alert bot, sweep bot, all those cool things in there. All right, so you can join now. Use the code trial30. That's what you have access to. So when you do win the giveaway, this is what you get. All right, when you do win the yearly giveaway, that's what you're going to get. Access to that for 12 whole months. Okay, 12 whole months. All right, so let me just start collecting names now. So first things first, strikers. We'll go with you guys first. You guys put your names in first. All right, so as far as the charts are concerned, okay, when it's Friday, when it's a past second shift, just think of lottos or just you're probably already checked out by now. All right, so don't do anything crazy. Try to chase anything. Okay, got you, Eli. Nikhil. Riri. Kevin C. Anita. Richie. Okay, anyone else? Any other strikers, guys? You lose nothing. You lose nothing by jumping in. And if you want to gift your membership to someone else, by all means. All right, so that's the stream, guys. You have a chance to win something every day. You learn something. And if you really put the pieces together, okay, you can also, okay, learn and earn. All right. So just imagine if you can tune into your favorite podcast and learn, and at the same time put yourself in position to capitalize off opportunities. So there's nothing like the kind of program we're running. I got you, doctor. All right, it's like listen to, let's say, Joe Rogan, if you like Joe Rogan. All right, Joe Rogan, he doesn't even know who you are. There's nothing he can do for you. Okay? He can give you information, but that information is not really tangible. Or whatever your preference is. Trade wins got you. All right, so that's the kind of cool thing we got going on, guys. And I do appreciate the support. Can I trade the annual membership for the Shockwave was going to be more than annual membership. Right, outside of that intro price, it's going to be more. Anyone else, guys? I got as far as Gene. Retired Fido got you as well. I'll go to Google Meets here in just in a second. Just here in a second, guys. And please be ethical. Don't enter the giveaway 5-6 times. All right. to increase your odds. Okay, so requirement is 100 likes first. We'll do our regular giveaway. We're a little light on the likes today. Regular giveaway. And then we'll do the 1 year stream anniversary. So for those of you who jumped in 2025, so we were streaming before that. I'll stream before that for some time in 2024 as well. All right. When the channel was under 500 subs, doing this exact same thing. And the one person who's been there since then, guys, is Tradewinds. So a tremendous trader. I had the privilege of trading with alongside Tradewinds now for close to 2 years. All right, so we just didn't show up. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. Blood, sweat, and tears. I was blood ST. Sweat and tears. Holding 7-day DT puts, swinging more. Sancho is unstoppable, guys. Look at this. Beautiful job. Unstoppable. All right. And if you're going to learn one thing, it's very important to play to your strengths. One thing is, of course, to find what your strengths are. But once you find your strengths, you have to play to your strengths. So if your strengths are further dated contracts, you have to play to your strengths. So tremendous job, Sancho, as always. All right. Anyone else on the Discord? We'll collect those names, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going through everyone in Discord. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we got Sam. Okay, Nita. Sam Patel. Got Suki. John M. So the tools in the Discord, there's nothing for you to purchase, okay? The AI tools and all that stuff, that comes with your plan. The only thing separate, as of now, is the Shockwave 15. That's a completely different product. And of course, the Bootcamp. The Bootcamp is a completely different product. Shockwave 15 is a different product. Coaching call is a different product. If you're in the yearly, of course, you have a coaching call available to you. And you have nice reclaim with that PML. Took forever to sweep it. Now it's starting to go. So you can see once we took out these highs, these lows didn't get taken out. And now we're starting to push back the upside. Gotcha, John M. Beck. Tina. Santos. Paul. Moises. Is it Moises or Moisas? That might be, is that Portuguese? Got you, Riri, Jean, SM Patel. I think I got SM Patel already. John M. Okay, gotcha, John M. Shazabi. Scooter. I'll be right there, YouTube, all right? Just give me a second. I definitely have to find a more efficient way to do the giveaways. Okay. Shockwave 15 is a one-time payment, lifetime access. And you know what I'm going to do, guys? Okay, let's do this real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, so we come into these highs up here, start to slow down, back to downside. You know what I'm going to do? It's going to add an extra step to it, but this is the yearly giveaway. I don't want people to enter twice. Okay. So what I'm going to do here. Okay, let me just create a quick. This Gemini is a big helper, guys. If you use the Google Suites, Gemini is a big helper. Okay, let me create a quick forum real quick. All right, so for the yearly giveaway, okay, I have a bunch of names. I'll probably just use the regular giveaway there. I just don't want to have any duplicates in there. There's no way for me to tell. All right, just to make things fair, I'm going to add an extra step in it. And what I want you to do, guys, here, give me one, let it generate. Okay, all right. Okay, what I want you to do here is, here. Fill out this short form with email and name for the yearly giveaway. Okay, I'll give it some time. All right, so we'll do the regular giveaway the other way. What a nice rejection off that. Beautiful job. Beautiful mean reversion at resistance. Beautiful catch. I saw that message on Google Meets. Okay, so I'm going to put that in there, and for the yearly giveaway, all right, fill the form out. Just name and email, so I can send you the access. All right, so I'll drop that on YouTube as well. So just fill it out. It takes 2 seconds. Ask for your name, your email. Okay, and 2 questions. How did you find it? How did you find us? And primary, just a quick survey. All right. That's the only way I can think of to avoid duplicates for the giveaway, because that is, I want it to be a fair shot. And based on all those responses, I'll take those names and then I'll spin the wheel. All right. So first giveaway here, once we get to 100, will be for the course. Second giveaway with the names in the forum will be for the yearly. All right. So for the yearly giveaway here, guys, let me put this form as well. So first we'll do the regular giveaway. All right, let's get to 100 likes. And then once we'll give some time to people to fill that out. Here, very short. That's also on YouTube as well, guys, right there. Look at that drop, guys. $129 QQQ calls. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I ran that in Gemini. Okay, so if you want to be in the yearly giveaway, all right, so fill out that form. So we'll do that maybe at 12:30, and we'll do the regular giveaway for the course. Just just all the names, all right? Because there's over like 50 names. And I don't know who's, if I typed it twice, if I typed it once, if who's who, and I want everyone to have a fair shot. Yeah, I just prompted and it created that. So you have it right in the Google Suites. So form is right there. Here's the form. Link in the form. So it's a Google Docs. So it's Google Forms. Okay. And what a catch. So again, don't give me your name and email in the Google Meets. Fill the form. It's pinned right there. It's pinned in the chat in the Google Meets. That was a nice call, Megan. Did you catch that? If you caught that, beautiful. Right there, she had called for that mean reversion right at those highs right there. Okay, so let's continue. I stopped at Anna. So the names I'm collecting is for the regular giveaway. All right. All right. So far, we have 40 people in there. 40 people in there. I think this would be more efficient. Okay. And based on that, I'll take all those names. I'll delete this list, I'll take all those names, and then all those names will be put in for the yearly. I think that would be more. All right, so we'll give that until 12:30. Maybe run that at 12:45. Look at that, guys. This is what we do it for. Okay, so tremendous job, guys. You put the work in. Green Friday, 2 trades. Nice weekend. Beautiful. Sancho's unstoppable now. All right. Just unbelievable, guys. It's just to see what's going on. I want to thank you for all the insights you have put in. Give me man recognition deserved. Absolutely. Look at that, guys. Blood, sweat, and tears. All right, 122% past month. So these things are possible. These things are very, very possible. Okay. And one thing is for certain, you're going to have to put the work in. You're going to have to go through the fire. All right, you have to believe in yourself enough, believe in your system enough that you're willing to go in the fire. Does that remind anyone? Does that story sound very familiar? All right, are you willing to be put in the fire? But the things you believe, and know you won't get burnt. Because the fact they're in the fire is just evidence to testify for what you believe in. All right, so if you're not familiar with that, okay, go read. Okay, the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. All right, there's a lot of parallels between that. And if you're at a certain point in your trading career where you feel like you're being put in the fire. All right, so if you believe in something, the fire has to be worth it. So expect to be put in the fire. It's not a real belief. If you can't handle the fire, if you can't handle the heat, it's not a real belief. So if you flip it on its head, you have to be willing to be put in the fire for something you believe. So there's no escaping the fire. So same thing with trading. So on the other side of the pain, on the other side of the losses, if you're making the proper adjustments, you have the self-awareness to make the incremental changes. All right, you're going to use that fire as a testimony. All right? Okay, John M. Okay, once you fill out the form. Okay, so I'll probably show the form in the private stream because it's showing the names. All right, so I'll check your name, John M. I got 48 responses so far. That's why that story is, yeah, I see you, John M. Yep, I got you. That's why that story is always, the older you get, the more true it becomes. Because in the beginning, it's just a story, but you start to see the layers behind that story the older you get. Or at least I start to see the true layers of the story the older I get. I'll speak for myself. Okay, these three guys, they were unwilling to bow down. And they said, hey, we're going to throw you in the fire. All right? And they said, hey, throw us in the fire. Right? We believe so much in what we believe. If you throw us in the fire, all three of us, a fourth person will appear. And that's exactly what took place. Okay, so that level of conviction is needed. Okay, you need that level of conviction. Okay. Did you come up with all the questions around? Yeah, absolutely, Jose. Okay, so first giveaway, let's do that. I'll keep posting the link for the giveaway here. So I'm going to kind of spam the chat a little bit so you guys can, you don't miss it. All right, so on YouTube, annual giveaway. If you're just jumping in for the first time, you're in luck. Oh, it can be reloaded multiple times. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. All right, I made that change. Form is filled. Okay, absolutely. Good, good, good. So now we're just chopping around this channel. Okay. Or just climbing, using this channel as a potential path to get back that daily open. Just grinding higher slowly. I'm a new subscriber. How do I start? Which video study can you provide guidelines? Absolutely. If you are brand new, start off at the getting started, all the way up here. Okay, all the way at this getting started up here. Okay, here up here. So welcome. When you get the welcome home, I changed it to welcome home because this is your new home. You want to go to the day trading course. Once you get there, there's a 5-hour course that runs through getting started day trading, platforms, tools, resources, technical analysis, market structure, candle types, trend continuation, key zones, EMAs, VWAP. I share my 3 setups there as well. Options trading fundamentals, trading psychology and routine, execution and consistency. So if you're brand new, this is a prerequisite. I would say I can't force anyone to do anything, but before you start clicking any buttons, I would say this is mandatory. If you're just brand new, if you've never taken a trade in your life and you just started this week, go through this course, follow the protocols provided in the course, which means set up an account, maybe paper trade for a week or so, at minimum, to get used to the platform for execution purposes. Okay, all that is laid out in this course on when you're brand new, what to do. So you got to start there. All right. But if you've been training for some time, you have a good idea of what you're doing. You still want to take this course as a refresher to re-solidify some points and to fill some gaps you may have in your understanding. And then if you're looking for a strategy course, you go to this Shockwave 15. So more strategy courses will be coming up. Okay, Shockwave 15, you can go to that. And of course, they will have a bunch of other tools, my ebook, and other tools in there for you to capitalize off of. Okay, so brand new, you're just a newborn trader. All right, you just came into the space. This is where you're going to start. Take that course, 5 hours. You can break it down into an hour a day, 30 minutes over 10 days. 5 hours in one day. You choose. Okay. And that's what you want to do. All right. So that's what I would recommend, Sam. Okay. Heads up. The Google form can be. Thank you, Ken. I fixed it. So the form, I'm spamming the chat a little bit with the form. So fill that out. First, let's do the regular giveaway. All right. So I know I'm causing a little bit of confusion, but we want to try to make the annual giveaway as fair as possible. So we'll do that one. So far, we have about 50 plus responses. So it's going to take you less than 30 seconds. There's also a question in there. How do you find the stream, and what's your primary reason for watching the stream? That's very short and scale of 1 to 5. The reason why I'm asking for your email is so I can send you the link to the Discord. All right, you don't have to put any payment information. The reason why I'm asking for a name is so I can put it in the wheel. All right. So while you're at that, you might as well just provide a response to 2 questions, so I get a good gauge as well. Okay. Meta, I have 445 puts. Eyes on Meta if you can. Okay, let's take a look at Meta. Let's take a look at our good friend Meta. Meta again, Shockwave hits TP. So if you're stalking Meta, pretty straightforward setup. Maybe inverse head and shoulder out here on Meta, back to the upside. Left head right, possible. More than likely, we're going to need to get a XLC on board. So see if XLC can sweep these lows and then go. You had the 545 puts. Okay, you're deep in the money. So if you had those for a few days, you're swimming in profits. SPY smack dab at VWAP. Okay. It's going to come down to it's either we abide by this channel, we'll go support to resistance, we abide by this channel, or we break down out of this channel or break out. All right, so treat support as support, resistance as resistance until the breakdown or breakout occurs. If you're done for the week, all right, you are completely done, guys. I have 639 marked, but I have no idea if you could drop lower. Yeah, let's go. 639. That's not too far. All right. Only thing is we need to get past this key zone right there. So bears need to get they need to break that support convincingly. My passive pre-discernment for Daniel 3:8. Daniel 3, 8 to 25. I moved the entire congregation. Yeah, very powerful. Especially in times like this, guys, we're seeing real things play out. So you're going to have to stand for the things you believe. All right. The old motto of you're going to perish anyways, to say it lightly. But are you going to perish on your knees or on your feet. Okay, so you have to make that decision as an individual, as a human being. We're all going to perish. But while you are here, are you going to stand on the things you believe? Or are you going to always compromise? Okay, so stand on your feet. Okay, or live on your knees. It's very similar. These things are very close to trading. Same thing, the way you respect the rules. Same thing, you respect your risk management. Okay, you're going to lose at some point in time. But are you going to manage your risk, or are you not going to manage your risk? The bears know this pattern here. Goes up almost a double top and goes down some more. Does a fake out, goes to VWAP and goes down. Yeah, they just been. The bears are essentially just towing with the bulls at this point. All right, they have full control, guys. They are dictating the pace. The fear, you can almost tangibly touch the fear in the market. All right, you can sense the fear in the market. Okay, so this is a good time to look for opportunities. Okay, so if we take a look at SPY, we talked about midweek, we talked about the most important level on SPY, bigger picture. If we zoom to that daily, it's going to be that 200 EMA. All right, so what I want to bring to your attention real quick, okay, without going too deep, is I want to bring to your attention, I want to shift your focus to this weekly. Okay, we talked about our prior interaction with 200 EMA. Few times on that weekly, but there was a time on the daily, I should say. Let's go to the daily. There was a time. Okay, so our first time getting below 200, spending some time below it. Here we go. Here we go. This is what we were talking about in the weekly prep. When we opened up this week, we were below 200 EMA. All right, so this is the scenario we're essentially laying out on Sunday night. Talked about how, you know what, we're below 200 EMA. Unless we reclaim it with force, every buy up, every push higher can just be an accumulation for a potential breakdown. And what's really going to take us over the top is if that breakdown is catalyst driven, and if that breakdown is catalyst related, and that catalyst is coming directly from the Middle East. If anything escalates. Because last year, this time, the exact same thing took place. We were moving lower, and Liberation Day, things go haywire. So if you just take a snapshot of this, okay, now let's just zoom over to here. Snapshot of this. Right, it's not going to be identical, but it's going to rhyme. Okay, so you can kind of see. Now, as we continue to drop, this major support, there's no one there. Buyers didn't want it there. They got overwhelmed. Call it what you want. Okay, so in this area, guys, our major resistance is in this area. Doesn't mean we're going to drop from here to here. No, we're going to gradually get to where we need to get to. But this is the major resistance that we broke previously. So if we zoom out to the weekly, as of yesterday, we became officially directional on the week. Okay, what that means is now we're seeing that continued selling on the week. So this is a streak now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And what you'll notice is, guys, when you closely observe these weekly candles, this is why paying attention to the anatomy of the candlesticks is so important, is the bulls put up a fight on this week. They drove it higher, but just couldn't get a push. They drove it higher the week before. Okay, they just got overwhelmed. Okay, but they put up an effort. What you notice is the effort is smaller effort. Okay, the effort is smaller. right? There's still an effort, but that effort is not even getting us above that weekly open. All right, because now the selling, if you look at the selling on the candle, the selling is dominating the whole structure of the candle. So if you get it closed below this 644.97 by end of day, we're below the 20 EMA on the weekly. So what everybody's going to be paying attention to next week is that 10% correction, 10% pullback. Okay. If we continue to drop the 2025, okay, the reason why I say these highs, these significant highs from 2025, of course, the highs are up here before making all-time highs, but before we made this significant break, June 2025 highs, these are some interesting highs to pay attention to. Okay. So that 10% pullback, for us to get double-digit pullback, we need to get to 628.16. So next week when we open up, say this weekly candle closes today, as of now. All right. If we don't get a gap up, look how close we are to becoming directional once again. Directional just means that sell program continues until proven otherwise. Barring some kind of weekly reversal, a weekly engulfing candle at this point, which has to be catalyst driven, the selling program continues. So the way we close today, all right, the Bears already won the game. All right, they're just toying with the Bulls at this point. But the way we close today, okay, can just have just a little bit of hope for next week. Okay, for the Bulls. Maybe they want to give them a little hope to drive them lower. All right, so we can see for how many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks now. All we need to do is go to the left. When was the last time we had 5 weeks of selling? 1, 2, 3, 4. Doji. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, nothing beyond 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh? Just simple analysis. Okay, without us checking crazy amounts of data, filtering through too much data, we can see this sell-off is equivalent to what took place in, from a weekly standpoint, 2022. So context is key. What happened in 2022? Okay, that's when 2022 we had that. Okay, that 27% drop that year. At that particular time, when we had that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 week sell-off, by week 5, where we are now, where were we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at that 14, 15% territory. So between 10 to 15%. Okay, so what's going on now, I would say, is a hybrid between some of 2020 elements of 2022 possible and elements of 2025 from the catalyst standpoint. It's almost like a hybrid of those two things. So the last time we saw 5 weeks of selling was 2022. Before that, you're going to have to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, this was what? Catalyst driven. Global pandemic. Outlier. Black swan event. Okay. This is basically the correction. A lot of those bubbles popped. All right. Now we start to push back up. This is, of course, the drop that we did see, tariff related. And then, of course, here we have a catalyst and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So next week, if we take out that weekly low without taking out those highs or going inside, we'll have our 6th straight week. That could drive us to these lows here. All right. So now what do we have next week? All right. The president will be speaking next week. Boom. Right out the gate. Fed Chair Powell speaks. 10:30. Tuesday, JOLTS. Wednesday, ADP. Core retail sales. ISM. Thursday, unemployment claims. Average hourly earnings. NFP. So as jam-packed as can be. All right, so buckle your seatbelts next week. Okay, so there is some catalyst that the Bulls can try to use. Okay, they need something. Okay, barring the geopolitical situation from this point on and into throughout the weekend until Monday, which is a huge timeline, stays generally the same. Okay, it's slowly escalating. The temperature is starting to get hot. Right, it's slowly escalating. Okay, remember the keyword we talked about, boots on the ground? No, I'm not, privy to exactly what's going on. I'm not sure if they have the boots on the ground already or if they're preparing to do it, but we've seen rumors floating around, and that's going to be huge. Nice little breakdown. Okay, so again, support gets violated, starts to break down. If it works, then it works 100%. All right, so nice little breakdown on SPY there. Break below those lows. This channel is no longer being respected. Okay. VIX, again, it's going to be that 30. That 30, we've been contained under 30. So for SPY to really start to make its way below 636.89 and start to get into this territory, into this area below here, the VIX probably needs to accelerate once it gets to 30 and it continue to accelerate into 30.50 and beyond. And guess what, guys? If the VIX continues to accelerate, what's going to happen is the contracts are going to go, the value of those contracts go down. Okay, the cost of those contracts go up. So worst case scenario. Okay, that is inflation at its finest. Okay, so they're going to be very, very inflated. They are still at about the IVs just flirting with close to that 30%. All right, so what that means is if you're looking to take those trades, you need to look for areas where you can get those clean moves relatively quickly, one and done, or scale out quickly, and then see what can take place from there. If not, if you're done, be done. All right. Okay, let's get caught up. It's Friday. Just be patient and let the decay set. 1:30 p.m. Trump comment got the drop back in effect. We broke daily, weekly channel. Unless they move within the time, but now we just get shot. Really hate myself a little return to ES since I can't watch Volatile IQ. Yeah, IQ is a monster. All right. We're inside 30. True, yes. 5:30 key area. Bulls need Trump to say something. Okay, something. He's playing golf with the new leader of Iran. Market is in negative gamma. Apple has been holding. If Apple starts to 250, we should momentum down. Market getting rate rise, folks. No cuts. Staying out Monday. Okay. Cool thing is, guys, intraday trading. I would say that's the only place to be right now. Right, intraday trading. Swing trading is tough. Leap trading is tough, especially if you have a long bias. All right, so when I'm leap trading, I'm going long. So I'm a bull long term. So it's very difficult for me to short. Right, intraday, I can care less. Okay, we're at 100 likes. Let's do the course giveaway, and then we'll do the annual membership giveaway. If you're just jumping in on YouTube, if you want to sign up for the annual membership giveaway, fill out this form. Oh, I pasted the wrong thing. Let me remove that. Fill out this form, and I will draw the name, and you get access to 1 year, 12-month access to our community. And today is the last day to join at this current price, guys. Monday, price increase in effect. So there's just literally 7 spots left. Okay, once 7 spots are gone, that's all that's available. Okay. And then for Monday, we'll open up about 15 to 20, 25 spots at the new tier. Of course, I'll offer a trial price as well, and we'll continue to do the same thing we've been doing this entire time. We have SAT Shockwave coming up as well, and a new quarter and a new month is on the horizon. Okay. And boot camps. I'll try to get a boot camp scheduled. The advanced boot camp coming up in April. I'll try to get it third week of April or maybe the last week of April. All right, so I'm done on the. I just have a couple of slides left on the material. I have to have the slides to break things down. I mean, we could run the boot camp just on the chart, but I want something there. I want something to be structured and tangible for you to take for review. Okay, so I'll try to get that squeezed in for the boot camp as well. So the ones who did win the boot camp, strikers who did win the giveaway, you'll have access to that boot camp. Okay, so we have a jam-packed April coming up, and we're going to kick off Q2 strong. Okay, first giveaway. So first giveaway, I kind of lost track of who I have, so let me go through it. I didn't get to YouTube yet, so let me just go in Google Meets. This for the first giveaway, the course. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. Okay, and I'll look to collect all the names. If you have any questions, drop your questions, guys. If you have any ideas you want to share, strikers, any charts you want to post, feel free. Again, that's the whole point of community, guys. The more you leverage one another, the power of our community is tremendous. So again, leverage one another, because we can literally have eyes across the entire market. Okay, let's take a listen here. Citigroup, eyes regional bank deal. Okay. While I fill out the names.
To a less
again for the yearly giveaway, you have to be in the Google form. This is going to be for the course giveaway, so I'm going to collect the names on YouTube. If you put your name in already, I'm going to scroll up and get it. You'd have to put it 2 times. I have all the names in the Discord so far for the first giveaway, which is the course boot camp for our strikers, and the annual giveaway, which is for the 12-month access. We'll do that as well up next. Somewhere humans and stock market have to go up. Yeah, we got to go up at some point. Okay, let me just let's take a listen here. Okay.
Looking to buy a regional lender, that is what sent some of these regional bank stocks moving intraday, as well as some of the ETFs. Citigroup shares did take a notable dip lower and are recovering right now. But again, Citigroup has said, according to a spokesperson, that they are not planning any kind of a plan to buy a regional bank or wealth brokerage or any other financial services firm. And they call the story baseless speculation. We'll bring more as we know more here, but that's the reason why, Scott, those bank stocks are on the move, including Citi. I'll send things back over to you.
All right. Well, we're looking at Citi at least. Dom, thank you. We see Citi lower. That's a headline. Jim, so first on the Citi side of things, because you're not a regional bank guy, but Citi, certainly you are.
You know, I kind of like the idea.
Let's see some individual names up there too, guys, please, if we could, from the regional perspective.
I kind of like the idea, as Dom was talking about that. I warmed to it, but here's the thing. I don't think they can do that right now. I don't think they should do it right now. Jane Fraser has done a fabulous job. If she chooses to go down this route, I will go with her, but I got to say, she's in the process of trying to spin out Banamex in Mexico. Probably get that done before you do this. You also have a brand new CFO. I'm not sure this is how you want to battle test a brand new CFO. And finally, as Don pointed out, there are those consent orders. The timing of this is a little surprising.
Why? The big banks just got, a Basel III idea that is going to be very favorable for them, like they've been arguing forever to do exactly this kind of stuff.
As I said, I warmed to the idea as Dom was talking, but I see some impediments. I mean, again, brand new CFO, okay, you're into the fire, buddy. And also those consent orders might make it a little bit difficult, Scott. Just might make it a little
maybe
difficult.
so. Aren't you truist?
Yeah.
Recently, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, for the last couple of months, but I recently added to it.
Yeah, that's what I remember. How do you take this news?
I mean, I think this is great news for the regional banks because they're all trading at about 9 times book value. I mean, they're cheap. If Citi wants to do it, now is definitely the time. And the excess capital that the big 6 banks have 176 billion in excess capital, going to 220 billion when the Basel III endgame gets implemented. They will have a lot of cash to do a lot of different things: buy back stock, increase dividends, lend, and then also to do M&A. And I do think that there are some really great regionals that actually are in good regions of the country. Truist is in the southeast.
Maybe
southwest.
this is very preliminary. I mean, if they did this by the end of the year, Banamex should be done. Fine, you've got even more capital from that, Steph.
Understood. Yeah.
So look, I kind of like the idea. I'm just evaluating it now. I kind of like the idea. The timing seems maybe they're just getting started on this. It takes a while.
I mean, well, the financials could use any bit of good news.
Yes.
Robert, right? The group just has not traded well. Their worst sector quarter to date, which is year to date, obviously, down 10%.
And really a hugely cyclical expectation on there, and deal activity picking up, trading activity picking up. They were probably doing pretty well in the trading business. I do think on the back end of this, to Steph's point, these stocks have gotten cheap. The highest quality names are going to benefit from bringing some of these companies that we all love public. There's no question that M&A activity has started to pick up. You might not like the pricing out there. We're seeing a lot of discounts on some of these bids, and I have a feeling that some of them might get pulling. But you want to be a buyer when you have these types of resets if you're long-term betting on an economic recovery, because the financials are kind of ground zero for participating in that. In addition, given the agita in raising money in private credit from retail investors, the lending landscape is changing for them quite a bit. And they're going to be able to have their pick of the deals that they want to be involved in.
All right, you know what else has gotten cheaper? A lot of your favorite technology stocks. I mean, you can only laugh because it's like impossible to make sense of some of these moves. What Barron's I referenced yesterday has now termed the miserable 7, at least for big tech. Unless the Qs rally 120 basis points today around that, we're looking at the 5th straight week of losses, the longest streak in 4 years, and one of the more notable stretches over the last 20. That's for the NAP.
When was the last time we heard that, guys? I'm still filling this out, so make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button, guys. We'll do the giveaway first giveaway, then second giveaway. First time viewers, drop your name in the chat. If you want to be part of the giveaway, find the link in the chat, scroll up, and fill the form. All right, so we'll be right back.
25, I'm guessing that must have been around Liberation Day. Kevin, you got stopped out of your meta position, but you have what we've drawn up for you as the anatomy of a trade. So you can take us through this a little bit, give us some context behind being stopped out and from when you first bought it and the levels in which you did, to try and give people a little more insight into the mind of a trader.
No, I appreciate you giving me a minute to go through this, because really it's trade school. When we started buying this a year and a half ago, we were initiating the position at $560 a share, pretty close to where it is today. We added at 610, we added at 620. Then we had April of last year. For those of you who may remember the tariff scare, we were able to pick up shares much lower in around $500, $510. So now we've accumulated a full position in Meta. We're covered call writers. We sold a covered call for August. We brought in $25 for a 705 call. Stock gets called away. We're effectively out at 730 and annoyed by it because the stock had gone higher. So think about being upset that we sold it at 730. Over the course of the past few months, we've been trimming the position. We sold in December at 656. We sold in January at 616. We were sitting on 2% yesterday when this news happened. We got stopped out at 550. If you had held the position from when we first bought it, you'd be down 5% with a year and a half of wasted time. We made a tremendous amount of money on a trade. We've got dry powder to put to work. And who knows, maybe we'll go back into the same name at some point, but it's active management versus then just buy and hold.
You know what the most pressing question in America is right now? Why hasn't Stephanie Link been buying more Meta on this pullback?
I might.
Well, I know you might. That's why I'm asking you America's most pressing question. Why haven't you to this point?
Trading at
What are you waiting for?
16 times earnings, Scott. It's not even at a market multiple. And it is so rare for a company that's growing 26% in revenues and 20% in earnings. And I think everyone forgot that they increased their revenue numbers and their targets by $3 billion because of AI last quarter. So stay tuned.
I'm in
See,
total,
I knew we were going to get something.
total agreement with this lady that we have a.
All right, guys. It looks like SPY is taking another leg lower. VIX continues to push. Okay, that break above that, near that, get to 30. And once it gets above 30, we'll start to really get to those lows of the days and start to really get into the lower end of that 630 in the 630s. All right, that's what we need. So if we grab these lows down here, a potential mean reversion awaits. Okay. If we stay contained under 30. All right, looks like I got all the names. So it looks like I got all the names. This first giveaway is for the course. I'm going to keep saying that. All right. Second giveaway, I'm going to clear the list, and I'm going to take the list that we have of about 58 names now, and then out of those 58 names, we will draw one winner for the yearly. Flag out monitor for weeks now, starting to break. Bitcoin. Yeah, bears are here. All right, so this is the biggest sell-off we're seeing on SPY, okay? 5-week stretch, now from a percentage standpoint since 2022. This activity we're seeing is a hybrid between what took place in 2022 and what took place last year. It's a hybrid because 2022 was not catalyst-driven. It was just more of a deep correction. We did drop into a bear market across the board, all right, after that euphoric push from COVID. Last year's drop was purely catalyst driven. Okay, the tariff fiasco was catalyst driven. Okay, so this is a hybrid between those two, I would say. All right. If you're looking for dip buys, you're making your list, you're checking it twice. You're making your list, you're checking it twice. We have to make sure we got 100 likes. NVIDIA's critical support level. What do you guys got for NVIDIA's critical support level, guys? What's your NVIDIA support if you have your NVIDIA chart open? Or if you have a level that you're looking to potentially go long off of bigger picture NVIDIA support? What's your support level? We'll find one here in just a second. We'll walk through it. Okay, do we have 100 likes? We'll do the giveaway here. It is 12:30. A little light on the likes, guys, today. So we might have to do the yearly giveaway first because we're going to need that 100. Okay, we're at 102. Okay, I had to refresh. Okay, nice little breakdown there. Into first shift's low. Second shift's lows down here await us as well. Okay, spin the wheel. So first spin is for access to the community. Not access to the community. Course. First spin is for the course. First spin is for the course. If you're a striker, you're on this list. This is for the boot camp. All right. So I have a lot of names. We're at 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway here. Let's spin the wheel. Second giveaway is for the free yearly subscription. I have all the names right now. Okay. We'll keep a close eye on SPY as it nears the lows of the day. Same thing for the Qs. The Dow getting close to the lows of the day. IW getting close to the lows of the day as well. Not quite yet. So nothing's at lower day quite yet. SPY's lower day is 638.30. 638.30. That's going to be that magic number Gotta pay attention to. So Gary, Kelly, first time seeing stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Night. Okay. All right, let's spin the wheel, guys. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Jeff Bezos, sorry, todos. Okay, that's Spanish. Maybe someone can translate that. I got Mercy. Any fluent Spanish speakers can translate that for us. Matthew, going once. Going twice. All right, let's spin the wheel. Winner is course or boot camp. Course or boot camp, depending on if you're a winner member or not. Tom. Tom is the winner. I believe Tom is the name on YouTube. Congrats, Tom. Send me a DM. Claim your access to the 5-hour course. It's a great time to win that course. You can start it during a weekend. What would be nice here is maybe a nice inverse head and shoulder out of here, mean reversion. Grab these lows. Okay, congrats, Tom. Code word for today. Code word for today is free. Okay. So congratulations, Tom. I'll send you the link to the free tier Discord. Send me a message with the code word. Okay. Okay, there you go. With the code word free. All right. And you'll have access to the course. For the big giveaway, for the yearly giveaway, I'm still collecting names. We'll give that until 12:45. All right, and then here's a link if you want to jump in. All right, so there's ample time for you to be in part of this big giveaway. You need to fill out this form. It literally takes less than 30 seconds. Okay. For yearly. Who's joining us on Free Trade Friday, guys? On Google Meets. How you guys liking Free Trade Friday? All right. So hopefully you had a chance to be with us since pre-market prep. So we do that every single day. Yesterday I pay $40 once. Do I have to buy some item more? For course, no, you don't have to buy anything else for the course. The course comes with the plan. All right? The course comes with the plan. Okay? The only thing that doesn't come with the monthly plan is the boot camp, coaching call, okay, and Shockwave 15. Everything else in the Discord you have access to. So the course is included in the book. Is included in your subscription. Okay. Awesome, Anna. Glad that you're enjoying. Time here. Bot meta called 133. Stop at 103. Let's take a look at meta. Okay, that's the link. You gotta sign up for the yearly giveaway. Let's take a look at meta, Jimmy. Okay, nice push. Sweep of that low on meta. Okay. Nice little clean up there. All right. Question is, right, that's a nice sweep. Question is, the big question is, all right, do we have enough fuel generated to break this resistance? So those massive gains are going to be tied. If it's a lotto, that massive gain is going to be tied to that resistance break. So initially, if you're just treating it as a trade for that sweep, that's your first target. But if you're just going to treat it as a lotto from the standpoint of I'm going to take it here, see if I can get some sort of gravitation back towards center point or VWAP, maybe that profit is your buffer and you're moving your risk to break even in pursuit of a break. Okay, anticipating that break. But coming into it, until proven otherwise, you guys know the drill, is UPO. UPO resistance. Let's get a good view of what's going on here. Okay, Bitcoin lows of the day. Look what keeps grinding higher, guys. Look what keeps pushing higher. But the VIX has not really fully pushed. So for us to really break down, guys, we need the VIX to get above 30. Okay, crude is already at the highs of the day. All right, crude wants to get to 100. It's on its way to 100, barring any kind of structural break. So one of the two is making the move. One of the two is making the moves. Okay, one of the two is making the moves. I-636 to the downside, sitting 60 T, 630 puts, 14%, beautiful, got a nice little cushion into the 636 target. ES trading that channel. Nice. Richie. We're able to take the ES longs. More like this one. This is the nicer one. Down there by the 0.25. All right, so round of applause for the Bears. They got it done. Okay, the only thing that can get us out of this is a news catalyst. All right, or a tweet or comments. And for us to get this back, okay, to a respectable loss, $658 is the level. 658 is the level. That's the weekly open. Okay, weekly open is 658. So, just depends how much, if the Bears apply mercy rule. It's been a blowout. Blowout this week. This is the thing, like CNBC sometimes, like, agent accidentally shoots its own leg. Yeah, that's news, but I mean, the market's on the verge of a 4-point drop, and that's what we're going to go to. Out of all the things we can cover, all right, we're starting to speed up here. Beautiful job, Sancho. Beautiful. For this thing to really start working its way into the six. Below that 635, below 630, below the to 635, below 630, the 635s and 630. We're going to need that acceleration past that 30 on the VIX. Okay, right now the mean reversion is there. So you need that to hold as that break continues. Crude is going up. We know that. We'll do the giveaway 12:45 in about 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes away. 7 minutes away. Let me have a seat. There we go. Anyone riding that? Anyone riding that? Was that on the news feed, Richie? Yeah, that news feed, guys, it gives us up to date. Tom won the spin for the course. The yearly annual streamiversary. Streamiversary. So 1 year of being live consistently. And that's why I love this archive, guys. The SAT Vault. All right, from the very beginning, our first chat was April. Okay. I mean, over time, it's just the nature of everything, right? People move on, people take on different challenges, or they find other things to do, or maybe they just go independent, which is normal, which is perfectly fine. But the people that stuck with us from the very beginning, here we go. There's April's chat. All right, so April's chat, there's a lot of gems. You know why? Because April was the time we saw the market dip 20%. And go back and see to get a feel. Look at that beautiful break. To go back and see to get a beautiful feel of how we navigated. That's what I love about streaming and us having the chat and the market recaps. You can go back and see. Okay, here, check out that video. Richie. All right, Richie, OG. Still here. Thesis, still here. All right, look at that. Mean reversion. It's almost like if you're short, you're looking for those big gains, you have to be in profit when it goes to the mean reversion. All right, unless you either use the mean reversion as a target, take the mean reversion, or have enough of a cushion after scaling out into mean reversion to see if it gets invalidated. Same thing we saw the prior shift when I was going short as well. JB still with us till today. A little bit of whipsaw action. It's just going down memory lane here. Again, and we'll do the giveaway in 2 minutes. So you'll see when the tariff fiasco took place. Fido. What was the exact date of the frenzy? Liberation Day. Here we go. So this is what we're saying, that time to buy the dip. 419. Made a whole video about it. So go check that out. What were the things we were looking at then? And the same thing the same things we were looking at here, the same things we're going to be looking for now. So there's a gem in this video right here. Carlos OG. All right, so It's there, guys. So this will also be archived. God willing, a year from now, we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be looking at back at this moment, saying, hey, you know what? You remember the Iran conflict? We navigated by doing this. We saw these things transpire in real time, because you can only connect the dots looking backwards. Okay, so it's having the ability to have that foresight, to have hindsight. Right. And then a year from now, we'll be doing the same thing with this particular chat. Okay. So on that note, let's jump right into the yearly giveaway. I'm going to start filling out the names. Again, yearly giveaway. Put your names. Fill out the question, the questionnaire. Is that NQ? NQ, yep. Inverse head and shoulder. If we can sweep those lows as that head forms, sweep the lows near that 2360s as that head forms, that'd be nice. Looks juicy. All right, so I have 60 names so far. So I'm gonna take all those names. See, I can just paste all these names. Okay, paste all these names. Boom, beautiful. All right, so I got all 60 names. All right, so if you signed up for the giveaway, the yearly pass, 12-month access, look at that mean reversion. That's more than enough. That's at least 35, 40%. If you're done, you're just taking notes. Okay, so again, I'm going to give it until, I'm going to delete this list, guys. I'm going to give it until the next, we had 2 more people jump in. So I'm going to give it a hard stop at 1250. I can't go any further. All right, for the name collection. So I'll give it until 1250. Once 1250 is done, I'm going to copy all those names, paste those names. We're going to spin the wheel. And you don't take that grab. So on those range days, turbo, those mean reversions are beautiful. How are we doing on SPY? So again, yearly giveaway, guys. Not the names in the chat. Names. You got to fill out the form. You have 3 minutes. And this is access, 12-month access to our community. Okay. This is it. You have a better chance of winning here than any scratch off or any lottery. Fun fact, I never played the lottery in my life. Outside of lottos. No, that's our lottery. Lottos. I think you're better off taking lottos than playing the lottery. Because with the lottery, your stop loss is 100%. It's make or break each time. There's no managing risk. You can't buy a partial lottery ticket. You can't win it if you're not in it. That's 100% true. And I wonder how much money the lottery generates. We have the NC lottery here. second mean reversion. So I want you to be able to distinguish the difference between yesterday, okay, and today. Yesterday, the mean reversions they weren't there because we were in expansion mode. Today, mean reversions are there because we're not expanding. $2 million Powerball tickets sold at the Old South Diner. Their fifth time having the ticket. Wow. So, lottery ticket winners, they're gonna have to buy their tickets from there, or people that want to win. And back then, if you had a winning lottery ticket, the clerk, right, there wasn't a machine where it made all those noises. All right, the clerk is just going to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you only want $10 or something, and keep the ticket. Okay, so the North Carolina Education Lottery, okay, that's what we have in North Carolina, generated $6.6 billion last year. That's just one state. So, matter of fact, how much goes to education? Yeah, so $1 billion goes to education. So $6 billion revenue generated, $1 billion out of that goes to education. Yeah, range day means the same thing as a inside day. So inside day would mean the price is trading inside prior day's range. So that's very similar to a range day, but instead of trading inside prior day's range, it's finding a range to stay inside of. All right, the reason why today is not an inside day is because we're below yesterday's range. So we already expanded outside of yesterday's range. So if you think about it from the candle perspective, this is yesterday's range. If we were inside on the day, we'd be doing this. So we didn't take out yesterday's highs or lows. In this case, we gapped down. We teleported down here. Okay, we teleported down here. So the characteristics of the action today are that of an inside day, but what helped us not be an inside day is that gap down. So more than likely, if we didn't gap down, okay, it would probably be like that. Okay, we haven't made a significant push to that daily downside breaker yet, prior day's lows yet. Okay, so basically means the same thing, but the inside days a little more nuance. But both of them are trying to emphasize the fact that we're just moving side to side. We're range bound. Okay, but within the range, we still can find structural breaks. You can see we had this channel. We broke that channel. We broke these lows. Okay, now we come into these highs. We swept these lows. All right. Time for the giveaway, guys. I'm going to copy the names. All right, I'm going to refresh. So we have 68 contestants. So you have a 1 in 68 chance of winning. Okay, 1 in 68 chance of winning. The phenomenal odds. Again, appreciate the support. Okay, so again, That's it. I took all 68 of those names. Let's go over the survey information. Had to throw a survey in there to get a feel. So it looks like 83% of the people that have joined the survey, okay, they found us through YouTube recommendation. So that means, again, guys, you liking the videos, you subscribing to the channel, you sharing, right? That's our primary driver to continue to expand our program. All right, so continue to like, continue to subscribe, continue to share. We're building this thing organically. So the reason why most of you are here and we grew to this to this level is because someone else was watching, subscribed consistently, because they were watching, they subscribed and they liked every time they watched, and it sent this video into your algorithm. So there are traders out there who are looking for content like this. So it's on you guys to make sure to like, to make sure to subscribe, interact in the chat, to make sure the algorithm pushes this content to their feed. So 83% of you found it through that way. Some of you found it through trading forums, websites, social media. I'm not really active there. Second question was, what is your primary reason for watching? Education content, learning strategies, 88%. Free resource, market analysis. Okay, so education side. On a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied are you with the content provided? So 85%. So again, that's what we're shooting for. That's what we're striving for. So again, guys, this is what we're striving for. Okay. We might have to do more of these surveys to get constant feedback. Okay. So you can see 85%, 14%. So out of all those responses, everyone is enjoying the content. All right. Okay. Now, with all that being said, the moment of truth is here. Okay. All the names are loaded. All the names are loaded. Okay. Let's spin the wheel. All right, so if it's simple, the instructions are very simple. Once you win, I will send you an email. Okay, I'll send you an email with the link to the Discord. Once you activate that link, this is if you're not in the community. Once you activate that link, you have 12 months of access. If you're in the community and you win, all right, say you are on the monthly tier. Okay, you can cancel your monthly tier if you want to continue to support the community with your monthly fee, by all means, but you can cancel your monthly tier. And from that point on, you'll have 12 months of access. If you're on the yearly tier, same thing. Of course, you've already been charged, so you're not going to get charged again on that billing cycle. You'll have 12 months of access from that point on. Okay, if you want to just keep it there, that's fine, but that's how we're going to do it. All right. Yes, there is no delay in our premium stream. Okay, that's available, guys. It's the last day. 7 spots filled up. Next week, price increase. Okay. All right. Let's spin the wheel. You guys ready? If you guys are ready, fire emojis in the chat, guys. Spam the chat on YouTube. To me, it looks like inside day. Let's see if the folks on the YouTube are ready. So if you're just jumping in, we have all the names. I'll spin it at 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Any side bets? If we can get to 4,200 subs, that'd be great. 150 likes, we'll do another giveaway for the course. 10 a.m. here, okay? 10 a.m. So I'm assuming you're in West Coast, yeah? All right, let me see who I think is going to win. If I had to pick, I don't know. If I had to go with random, it looks like Jeffrey might pull it off. Okay. Jeffrey. Jeffrey might pull it off. Brad for $1. Okay. 3 seconds. 2, 1. All right, let's spin it. Let's spin it. And the winner is winner. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Reyes. Congratulations, Moises or Moisas Reyes. Moisas Reyes. Sounds a little Portuguese, possibly. Could be wrong. So, Reyes, expect an email from me. All right? Expect an email from me by the end of the day. A link to the Discord. 12 months of access. Okay? So, congratulations. Congrats, Moisas. Hopefully, you're still in the chat. But I will send you the email. So he's the winner. Okay, let me find. Okay, we're back at those lows. Nice little bounce. Comes back into these highs, starting to push back to lows. VIX is starting to wake up. Okay, congrats, Moisas. Okay, you can also send me a DM. Okay, just in case. Okay. So also send me a DM there. So I have your email, I have your name. I just have to pair those two things up. Just in case your name doesn't line up with your email or your email might be different. Okay. Moving forward, I might have to go with that method of doing the giveaways. Maybe that's more efficient. All right. Temporary solution. What's the difference between mentorship? So the live trading and training mentorship is you have access to all the resources. It comes with the course bundle. Okay. It comes with the live trading every single day, pre-market prep every single day, and all the tools and resources in the Discord. Trade ideas, breaking news feed, pre-market prep, our community, our trader community chat. It comes with everything. So the membership, the bundle is inside the membership already. So if you just want the course, then you get the bundle. But the best bet is to jump in the community because it already comes with the bundle. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Again, congrats to our winner. My side bet, I believe it was Jeffrey. I'm going to stop doing the side bets. I think it's cursed. Okay, the SAT curse. I won't call on your name then next time. So send me a DM in a WAP or in a free tier, or I confirm your email. How exactly? Not exactly where the diners. Wow. All right, we're gonna look to wrap it up here, guys, shortly at 1:30. Again, thank you for tuning in today, as always, guys. We hit that 1 year mark. What are we looking at there? QQQ, double bottom, SPY double bottom. Yeah, I can see that. I come into this. These lows there. It's possible. Because the most significant highs at this particular time is here. So it's like trying to drive price where it is to that territory there. Trying to drive price where it is to that territory there will be critical. Will be critical. Okay. All right. So if we get no news, no tweets, nothing so far. I mean, are the bulls going to show some signs of life? Maybe late day, something, or is this it? What are you guys thinking? What are we thinking? And here we go. Just like that. All right, just on cue. And I say, you know what? Let's buy this thing back up. Look at the time and sale. Just on cue. Thank you, Lynn. All right. I say, you know what? Let's buy this thing back up. Collective buying. So we're seeing this throughout this week. We're seeing this manipulation throughout this week. So if we see this next week, I haven't seen this in all year. I'll even say as far as I don't think I've seen something like this consistently, even in Q3, where we're getting this type of activity. We're getting one or two candles where some heavy manipulation takes place. You caught that trade win. It's beautiful. All right, if you're a sniper, what you're targeting is this, guys. Drive it into those highs. Okay, that we just talked about. All right, here, Qs. That's your target. So driving into that high. And boom, scalp. All right, very little wait and see because this push is $1.50. So that's at least base case. If you say if you got an entry up there, base case 20-25% under 2 minutes, under a minute. So that is, I would say that's even though we're moving lower, bigger picture. That's a nice scalp opportunity at the upside. All right, if you're a sniper, you like those moves. Beautiful call out trade wins just on cue. Because this is going to be a way for them to trap more bulls. Okay? Trap more bulls and then drag it lower. And that's the thing. The news after market close. Okay, President is speaking. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Okay, so you guys are going to have to keep us in the loop. Yep, he's speaking.
American agriculture is right here and right now, and I want to ask, just if you would you come up and say something, because I'll tell
What happened here?
you what, come on over here. This is a great farmer. Would you just tell your quick story, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Michael Cliver, and I operate my family's
Let's take a
ranch
listen.
in Westfield, Pennsylvania, Doble Circle D Farms. And the work that you guys have done, it's unexplainable how big it is for the American farmer and the next generation that don't have to headache and don't have to worry about the death tax. It's astounding what you guys have done. It's absolutely spectacular. And also the working family tax cut policies, that allowed us to get my daughter a Trump account, and we can teach her fiscal responsibility, compound interest, and investment, and plan for her future. And it's just absolutely astounding what you've done with that. Also, your energy policies. Up in Potter and Tioga County, Pennsylvania, the gas companies are leasing mineral rights again actively, and that's putting money back into the farmers' pockets up there too. So for all that, I applaud you and thank you, Mr. President.
I'm glad I called him up. I didn't know who the hell he was. He's standing up. You know, he's standing. We went through one, and I said, there's another guy, but they don't have anything about. But you did it's an extremely good job you did, huh? Wow. Thank you very much. I do want to say, do you mind if I step over here and just look at that?
Okay, keywords are anything to do with the Middle East, anything with Iran, anything to do with that. Watch out for those keywords. Things can get volatile.
That is really something. Thank you very much for the gift. I appreciate it. Oh boy, can you imagine if I accepted that gift, what they would do? A Democrat can accept. We're not allowed to accept. No, but that's a beautiful machine. We make the greatest machines. That's a beautiful, beautiful machine. I'd like to ask a very special woman to step up. You know, Brooke, I always said, could run any company in the world. She could run these big companies. She's a great executive. And we've talked about it. My wife's actually said, you know, Brooke could be an executive anywhere. That doesn't mean you're leaving, okay? But when I had a chance, I said, what about Department of Agriculture? I had no idea that she has like a PhD in agriculture. She went to school in agriculture. I would have put her there even if she didn't. But she's so highly trained, and she loves it, and she loves the farmers just like I do, and ranchers and everybody else having to do with this very special world that you live in. And Brooke has really been a star, and I want to thank you very much and say a few words. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Sir, the first thing I want to say is when we had that unexpected conversation about this job, November 21st of 2024, I've often said that sometimes you have plans for yourself, but then God and Donald Trump redirect your plan. 1 year in, I can't tell you the honor, the joy, the blessing of getting to fight every day. There is no better job than this. Even President, I believe, there is no better job than being your 33rd Secretary of Agriculture. And Mr. President, thank you for your trust. It's just incredible. Not in our lifetime. The President and I on our walk over here, we're talking about how the farmers, the ranchers, rural America, we are your people, sir. From the moment he came down the golden escalator to today, no one has stood more proudly, more strongly, more courageously for this man, this transformational president at this moment in our country's history than you all, our farmers and ranchers. I want everyone to get to their feet and just thank him for what he has done for our community, for our farmers and ranchers. He's the best, the best. So grateful. A couple of other really special people. I know we have some friends in from Pennsylvania. We have some amazing Amish farmers. And I started thinking, I maybe shouldn't do this because I don't think they like the recognition, but they drove all the way here. If they're willing to stand up, let us thank you for making such an effort and your wonderful support for our president. I was told that even a new dress was made for this event, and I know this is out of the box a little bit for you and your amazing community, but I know on behalf of our Pennsylvanians and others, we're so grateful for you and your leadership. I also want to do a big shout out to Senator Hoeven, Senator Ernst, our congressman, Senator Ricketts, who fought so hard to get rural America in the one.
Okay, we're sitting right at the support here near second shift lows. And this is it. If this doesn't hold, we fold. VIX is just slightly under that 30. Qs, everything is very, very close to the lows of the day. So it looks like the market is looking for some sort of relief. Anything they can hold on to from the president. So let's see what he has to say once the young lady's finished speaking. Okay, let's take a listen.
In Texas, my beautiful sister, we talked about, Mr. President, the future of farming with a faith born not of words but of deeds. You have the FFAers and the 4-Hers here. We're so glad you are our future, and we are so grateful. Thank you. And speaking of the FFA, sir, my ag teacher from 35 years ago came all the way from Glen Rose, Texas. Mr. Rosenbush, stand up. I love you. There were a few times he put...
Okay, guys, put in the chat. Do we break here? Okay, what are your thoughts between now and 1:30? Do we break, bounce, or break? Bounce or break? This is it. This is what it's going to come down to. Do we get a mean reversion, grab those lows, get a close below the support, and continue to push all the way into that 635? We don't have a lot of pivots down there. We do have this next target coming up at this 636.89. And then after that, it's basically 635.44, then 635. That's all that's remaining. So everyone is just on there, just waiting for the president. Now keep a close eye on that 30 on that VIX as well. We're getting very close, 29.68, 29.70. The Qs right there as well. So that's going to be simultaneous. All of them are at the very near or at the very lows of the day. Okay, starting to speed up here. Okay, everything is bearish. Market bias. Okay, bearish bias, confidence, 100%. Score 8 out of 8. Strong bear control. So this is as bearish as can be. But again, this market bias is to give you the overall sentiment, not to say go short at this particular time. There's a difference between the bias and entry model. That's not an entry model. Okay, that's just to give you the assessment of what's going on at that particular time. Okay. I'm waiting for President to start speaking. Okay, here we go.
So the Farm Bill is going to happen. It's all going to happen. And I just want to thank you all for being here. You're very, very special people. I'll never forget, we won like such a number, like nobody's ever won before. You voted for me. I will never forget that. I'll never forget the friendship, the great friendship that we've had. And we've got a lot more to do, Brooke, and we're going to do it, and we're going to get it done very fast, very, very, very fast. And thank you all for being at the White House. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, no relief, no comments. Okay, no comments, and we're starting to slide. That slide continues. You can see on the 5, everything is breaking. Qs are breaking. The Dow's about to take those lows. Yeah, farmers are critical, guys. Without the farmers, we got nothing. And if you really understand the game within the game, Okay, China tried to crush the farmers, has been trying to crush the farmers for many years by undercutting the cost of goods. Now, if you notice in the grocery store, you'll start to find a lot of things coming from China, like something as simple as garlic. All right, so even some vegetables, because the prices are so low, intentionally undercutting farmers. Okay, they're coming from China as well. All right, so without the farmers, we got no food. So we have to respect the farmers. And it's not, look at that, guys. Look at that. There we go, Sancho. Printer is on. Printer is on. Anyone else? As the VIX goes to 30, if it breaks above 30, the only thing between us and this 635 is 636.89, 636.90. That's the only thing between us, those two levels, guys. So that there's a lot of room to the downside. So let's go back real quick to that game plan chart. Okay, game plan chart. So you can see that retrace, reject, how it played out. So again, further data cons would be the best way to approach that in that territory. We came into this bounce zone. We broke below that PML. We came back into it, chopped around, retrace, reject, fell back to downside. All right, so the best way to approach this is to further data cons to catch that bigger move, because it's, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 15-minute candles. All right, so 8 15-minute candles. Okay, that's about 120 minutes, 2 hours basically. Okay, 2-hour hold time. The market was looking for some sort of relief. Any comments? They got no comments. And we start to fall off a cliff. Now that fear and greed, when we do our reading on Monday, there's a good chance that fear and greed is below 15. Okay, so I did get your message, Reyes. Congratulations. I can verify. Okay, so I got you. So Trump doesn't care about the farmers. He doesn't. I do. I respect the farmers. Farming is not easy. All right. It's hard work. Okay, let me turn this off. Okay, let's see what our friends at CNBC are up to. Can we get some kind of coverage? Are they just going to ignore the elephant in the room? Okay, we are down since the daily open. We're down close to $5. On the weekly, we're down 1% on SPY. The Qs are down $5, close to 1%. The Dow is down $3. IWM is down $1.77, $1.76. So everything is closing in on being down 1% on the day. All right, the closest one being, of course, the Qs. Yeah, just check on the back of the labels, guys. A lot of things. You'd be surprised. Have no business coming from China. But if they can supply it cheaper, I mean, the grocery stores are playing the game. Who can provide it cheaper? All right. Where can they get it cheaper? Very true. Thought about what we got supplies to go coffee. We had to take China for a mass. Now people crazy with globalization. That is country. All right, everything comes with pros and cons. All right, everything has pros and cons. Just like a trade, right? Every trade has risk reward. Okay. We got the 10-year. Let's see what the 10-year is looking like. 10-year and 2-year. So the 10-year is up 0.45. Okay, 2-year, that critical number on the 2-year, guys, is 4. If the 2-year starts to tick higher, okay, for us to get that inverted yield curve, okay, the 2-year has to pop above that 10-year. And it's coming down to the wire. And you can see the 2-year, the 2-year critical number on the 2-year, okay, is going to be that 4. Dollar is above 100. Okay. 10 years getting up there as well. 4.5 coming up. Okay, there goes SPY. Another leg lower. Anyone riding this, by the way? If you are, tremendous job. Look what it did. Came right into that key zone. Fell off a cliff. Okay, this is starting to accelerate, guys. If VIX gets above 30, and we push above 30, convincingly, okay, there's more to this sell-off. All right, so the best bet for us to get a dead cat bounce is in this area. All right, VIX blast past 30, gets into that 31.10s, 31.20s quickly. This thing continues, guys. IWM puts, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. My goodness. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. To get the thick 635, we need to get past these two levels. Okay. Hurdle here. Okay. Qs are officially down 1%. Qs are down 1%. Qs are down 1% on the day. Who's next? Qs are down 1%. Dow's down 0.8. IW down 0.86. SPY down 0.89. So Qs are down 1%.
Is working out. My question for you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, the VIX is starting to pop. This is the bulls' best chance. If they can't hold that, that opens up the door. That opens up the gateway. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. There it goes, guys. If you're done for the day, don't FOMO into any positions, okay? Who's riding this? Do we have any wave riders? IWM puts yesterday. Thoughts completely invalid. Got to stay flexible, 100%. Price with the price of fertilizer going. parabolic. So that's China not buying agriculture products in the U.S. Farmers are going to be in a world of hurt. Yeah. It's tough, guys. There's so many layers to what's going on. All right, so like a layer within a layer within a layer within a layer. Beautiful job, Sancho. Just got a Robin Hood alert from last year. That's hilarious. Now we'll look to wrap it up here in just a few, but that was a nice drop there. Across the board. So the market was probably waiting for Commander-in-Chief to say something. Say something to lift us up. He said nothing. And boom. Okay, so now we went from here to here. Okay, the bulls, do they start trying to build a base there? More than likely for them to build a base, reclaim this. VIX needs to get back below 30. Okay. If we can't reclaim that, continue to show weakness, this is the next leg. Before, if you're looking to get into that 635 territory. All right, so let's see if we get some sort of gravitation back towards EMAs of some sort. That'll be the ideal entries. Stopped out 25%, 3 trades, IWM, all green. Here's the IWM queen of IWM. Apple falling off a cliff. There goes Apple. So it decides to go in sync. Again, scale out TP. If we had this, how about if I showed you this, guys? If you had your shockwave, you can adjust the time. Okay. You can adjust the time. All right. It's just I make that time threshold to ensure that you don't just continue to trade, but you can say, you know what? My time is 4. I believe this is military time, so 12, so 16. Okay, gonna adjust it. Look. You can adjust it and have the levels keep going. All right, but ideally what you want to do, so now, it really came down to that, remember that double bottom trade wins? Once to get that double bottom, we held and they just trapped those longs above that and dragged them to the floor. You can adjust it, but ideally, so that will take it all the way to the close, those levels. Ideally, just keep it between 11:30 is ideal, max 12, but again, you choose. That's up to you. So it can continue to generate signals. Actually, let's go back to that setting real quick to see if it signaled that Apple. So 16. Okay, here, right there, puts there. If you take the retrace reject on your own merit, okay, then you take those retrace rejects there. So this is going to follow you all the way to the close. Those levels. NVIDIA puts. NVIDIA is not at the lower day yet. MU. So it looks like semis are holding up. MU scale out there. SNDK. Nice calls there on SNDK for that scalp. SNDK, again, if you're trading SNDK, right? If you have not traded it before, okay, very pricey, very spready. So you have to know what you're doing. Palantir puts worked out, put stopped out there. MUSNDK, Robinhood. Puts hit target, puts scale out, puts still in play. Broadcom. So SNDK and MU holding up, Broadcom collapsing. Okay, so puts stopped out. If your risk is a little wider, still stopped out, then it starts to work there. Amazon hits target, never comes back. Google down 2%. Okay, Google's the latest signal that just came in. Google just came in here. Meta, down another 4%. Meta, TP3 hit, all TPs hit. So remember what we talked about here, if you recall. Meta, the sweep. See if you can take it into the break. It breaks, it goes into these highs, starts to collapse. If you don't take profit, market will. What's next? Okay. Nvidia, that already hit TP. Netflix is actually steady here. Okay, did break. First signal came in, no signals after that. Either a scalp or a stop out. JPM, scale out TP. Second signal comes in, scale out TP. TSM, scale out for the calls, puts. In this case, bounce right off that PML, get stopped out. AMD, puts TP hit twice on AMD. So that means that's 4R. So you risk 2R here. You risk 1R, you make 2R. Risk 1R there, you make 2R minimum. So 4R. Okay, same thing with Apple. Apple is now at the floor of the day. Walmart is holding up. Walmart, okay, nice calls, hits TP, scale out. Tesla's down 2%. Tesla, scale out, nice scalp. Didn't hit target. And ExxonMobil, that was the one that was on watch this morning. So I could have done a better job taking advantage of that today. Okay, ExxonMobil was on watch today. Okay, so this just left the station, never looked back. Okay. And ExxonMobil. So if we do have ideas, check this Growth Ideas channel. Okay, ExxonMobil. Right, in the case crude continues to pump, stay above 95. All eyes on XLE. We're closely watching ExxonMobil, 165.67. Break hold, do your DD. ExxonMobil, out of here. Okay, those criteria are satisfied, and it's out of there. 6:35 by end of day, very possible, very possible. Up 96% in puts, beautiful job, Precious. Love the name, Precious Jesus Saves. Anyone else, guys, before we wrap it up? As always, guys, if you want to join the community, today is the last day. Okay, today is the last day to join the community, all right? Today is the last day. Of course, Q2 starts in the middle of the week, so the price increase will be effective immediately. starting Monday. All right, we added tons of more resources in the community. Okay, and there'll be 15 to 20 spots on the trial every single month moving forward. So we just want to gradually grow. We took a big leap this month, but we still want to gradually grow. We want to have that. We want to nourish and continue to cultivate that small community feel. Okay, so if you're interested, take advantage of that, guys. If you have any questions, let me know, and we'll look to wrap it up at 2 o'clock. Okay, there's literally 5 spots left. All right, that's all we can take on. Okay, 5 spots. Okay, 5 spots left. That's the last 5 at this $40 intro price, $50 lifetime price offer. Once those are gone, guys, they are gone. And Q2 is here, guys. Use the code 20%. If you do join, folks on Free Trade Friday, I'll drop the link there as well. Our strikers, okay, this does not concern you. The increase, you're locked in whatever you have paid. Okay, so there are several of you that did join early on last year. So let's say if you buy Apple 10 years ago, all right, you're going to be up 100%. Okay, so some of you who joined last year, so we've been gradually increasing the price. Okay, as we continue to grow. You're paying the fees up 100%. All right, so you have a great seat, great position. And that's to reward your loyalty and your commitment to yourself and to the community early on. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe, make sure to like. If we can get to 150 likes, we'll do another giveaway. Should we do another yearly giveaway? If you're feeling lucky, should we do another yearly one? All right, so this is only a once a year type of event. So the yearly giveaway, guys, is 12 months access. So our community membership is only $50, but don't think that $50 is a reflection of the value. It is undervalued. Right? At true value, can go upwards of $500 a month. Or even north of that. All right? Should we do one more? One more giveaway? What do we think? What are we thinking, guys? One more giveaway. If you guys are up for it, one more giveaway for the yearly. We already had one winner. It's going to be up to you guys. I'll drop the link one more time. So let's see if you guys can spam the chat on YouTube. Let's get to 150 likes. We'll do one more giveaway. If you did not join the yearly subscription giveaway, this is your chance. I'll drop the link once again. Okay, once again, I'll drop the link. This is for that 1 year stream anniversary. All right, so that's a big deal. So to show the appreciation to the viewers, to the people locked in, tuning in. Yeah, I've just been trying to distract myself away from the FOMO. Really and truly, I've been kind of checked out after the last trade. But there were multiple entry points. So usually when I'm kind of just checking out, I can have like kind of the spectator FOMO, but it's not enough to get me back activated. Yeah, so if you did join, all right, there's a few spots left. Maybe four spots left if someone joined already. So to join the yearly giveaway, fill out the form. All right, but what makes the FOMO go away is one of our team members is feeding off of the move. That, believe it or not, guys, that helps the FOMO a lot. Right, if someone else is in it, it's like, okay, you know what? At least someone is eating. Right? If it wasn't Friday, I'd be clicking. Yeah, it was one of the reasons why it's Friday. Fridays are notoriously tough psychologically because the risk is too high from the standpoint of you giving everything back on a Friday after four days of work and going into the weekend empty-handed. Okay, by that is the worst, at least for me, that's the worst feeling. Because now you're going to be grumpy. Okay, you're going to be grumpy, you're going to be cranky. You don't want to be around people. Okay, it's not going to bring the best out of you. Maybe you're not giving the people that are most important to you the proper attention. All right, because you're just not over. Okay, you just feel it once. I'm going to drop the link, guys. We need to get to 150. So even if you're in the Google Meets, go smash the like button on the video. We'll get to 150 before 1 o'clock. We'll do one more. Here's a link for the giveaway. Fill it out. More market analysis. What is there to analyze? I mean, the market just fell off a cliff, came into the support, fell, and now it's at this level here. Can it get above it? Can it get below it? We're trending to the downside. We swept these lows. So unless we get some sort of mean reversion for us to shift structure, these are the most important highs. It's midday. Downtrend is intact. So if you already responded, if you already filled out the giveaway, then you don't need to fill it out again. I'm down 2K, not cranky. 12K, I'm not cranky. Is why. Yeah, Monday's a new day. Wednesday's a new quarter. Wednesday's a new month. So if you already signed up, your name is already there. You don't have to sign up again. Okay, so 2 o'clock. Not 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock will be the cutoff. I will delete the names, paste them again, and spin the wheel. And I won't have any side bets on any names. That hasn't been going well. Okay, 150 likes the goal as well, guys. 150. Let's get to 150. So if you slap the EMAs on the chart, all the EMAs are going south. All the EMAs are fanning out. Okay. Okay, so now you see the so the trend. We're going to the downside. So any of these moves off these lows, if you're trying to catch the reversals, keep in mind you're going counter trend. All right, so the shallow setups, of course, are going to be the shorts off the shortest EMA. The better setups, I'd say the healthier setups, would be some retraces deeper into the jaws of the wave of the EMAs. Okay, so this is a clear downtrend here. So a shockwave has the EMA feature built into it. You can turn it off or turn it on your own. Okay, so this is where we are. If you're looking for something on the 5, the 9 is the closest one. And looking for something shorter, these are the EMAs. If you're done, you're done. Yes. If you sign up for the first spin, I already have your name and email. If you sign up for the first spin, I already have your name and email. Okay. So 8 minutes left, and we'll do one more spin for the yearly subscription. We already had one winner. In the meantime, let's do that. Let's get to 150 likes. MNQ 23 below the 438. Yeah, that broke nicely. Yeah, if you took that, that was a massive, nice push. Do we have anyone looking to fire up any funded accounts next week? Any funded traders on our team? All right, so if you're a trend trader, you use those EMAs. Don't discount the power of the EMAs. Funded trading is basically you go with a company, they make you trade in a simulator, with a certain rule set. Once you meet the certain rule set, meet the criteria, then they put you in a simulated environment. And in that simulated environment, you're able to get payouts if you follow the rules. And if you can sustainably be in that simulated environment, they'll put you in the live environment. See that 5 minute 2 down, 2 up. So even if you're looking to go short, say if I were looking to go short, right, I want some sort of push up, right, to pop the fade. Or to fade the pop. All right, 5 more minutes, guys, and we'll refresh, and we'll do the giveaway, and we'll wrap it up. Sunday night, stocks after dark. Make sure to tune into that. Next week, Shockwave 15 release. Make the proper adjustments over the weekend, guys. Review, make the plan. It's going to be a little bit different because, again, the month starts. New month starts in the middle of the week. So it kind of throws you off. So we'll have all those levels for you, provided for you on Wednesday. Okay, so unless every pop at this point is just a dead cat bounce. Okay. The trend is truly your friend until the end. The trend is your friend until the end, meaning until it's no longer a downtrend. And still riding this. If you're still riding this, and you're using the downtrend as your stop, man, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. How much does it cost to be in a simulated environment? It depends on the company. Again, if you are traded funded, guys, just be careful, okay? Treat it like it's your own capital. It can easily go down the road of gambling and continue to buy the accounts, so just be careful on that front. All right, just be careful on that front. Okay, giveaway 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. You got to sign up for the giveaway. That's available. We're going to spin the name. I'm going to take all these names out. Okay? And based on the names that are being generated, I'll paste those names back in. So if you already signed up, there's nothing for you to do. Cash just counted profs. Are too restrictive? Yeah. I don't think they have funded option accounts. I don't think they have funded option accounts. Sign up, scroll up. I'll drop the link here. Okay, that's the link. So click that link in the next 2 minutes, guys. 10-second survey. Put your name, email, so I can contact you if you do win. You have access to our community, 1 year access to the community. Okay, so 2 o'clock, we'll do the giveaway. They do have funded option accounts. Funded accounts, guys, they have a use case. But I would say just funding your own account and treat it like a funded account. Because it's simulated anyways. So what I mean by that is, or just trade simulated on TradingView until you can pass, and then instead of paying to paper trade. In the beginning, you're essentially paying to paper trade. right? So if you can just run that same thing on TradingView without paying for anything, pass it once on your own with the same kind of rule set, and then I would say pay for live funded and skip the evaluation if they have that option. Is this the options when trade wins? %100 profit split. Options, yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, because if they have any delays on the options chain, they have to have the real-time data. It's simulated. It's too much interference, and you do all that trading and they deny you because you didn't meet one rule. That is the frustrating part. All right, say you spend a week, 2 weeks, however long it takes, maybe a few hours, whatever it takes, or it takes you a couple of attempts to pass the account, and they have some kind of trailing drawdown rule. You get stopped out. There's some slippage, or they deny you a payout. It gets very frustrating. Okay. Sign up for the giveaway. The link is there. What's the best way to stream? Google or Discord? So that's available in our Discord. So the delay-free, ad-free stream is available. Okay, let's do the giveaway, guys. I'm gonna copy the list. I'm gonna refresh it. So if you signed up, good. If you couldn't get signed up, it's all good. But at some point in time, we have to make that cutoff. Okay, the cutoff was 2 o'clock. Let me copy all the names, and then again, there's the giveaway for the yearly. We got all the names. I just got to take off one name. Not who was the winner again? The winner was earlier. Let me look up who the winner was. Who is the winner? Give me 1 second. Who is the winner? Okay, yeah. Okay, Moisas. So you can't win twice. So let's look for. Okay, Reyes. Okay, there we go. All right. Everything's near the lower day or at lower day. SPY take another leg lower. Okay, EMA is just following that EMA. Riding that EMA. Very, very strong trend. Okay, so now between that 635 and where we are is this 636.47. What does the VIX need to do? Continue to push higher. You know what's going to happen in that case, guys? The contract's going to lose value at an exponential rate, but the cost of the contracts are going to go up. So that is the worst case situation if you're on the wrong side of the trade. Even if you're on the right side of the trade, but it's not moving in your favor in a quick period of time, it's going to start to eat that premium very, very quickly. Okay, so let's do it. Let's spin the wheel. Second winner, second winner, second winner. Okay, second winner for the yearly is, any side bets? Second winner is boom, Sam. Sam is the second winner. All right, so send me a DM, Sam. We're going to verify your email, make sure it's on the list. And you have access. All right, that's all we can do, guys. We can only do 2. Scheduled for 1, we did 2. SPY continues to dump. Ivy also affects margin call futures. You'll get margin call faster. That's why they send you that warning on those brokerages, right? Before, when the Ivy's a little high, they send you that nice little alert. 100%. Unless you get a massive candle. That would be insane. For us to get that massive candle, it would be a 6-point move. So everything is down 1%, guys. Everything is down 1%. Okay. Congrats, Sam. Uh-oh, we might have a little bit of discrepancy here, guys. All right, so Sam sent me a DM. I'm going to send you a link to send me a DM. I'll reach out to you as well. Just verify the email. Okay, so the email has to be on that list. Beautiful job, Sancho. So that's the third TP. Third TP. Dropped a link here. All right, there it goes. See if we can hold below that level, and then that 635 is right there. Very similar to what I did here, guys. You see how it came with that key level? Got above it, got below it. Yeah, dinner on Sancho for the whole team. 100%. So for the 1 minute time frame, I believe this is the best set of moving averages. Okay, it gives you that. It gives a tightly control. It tightly helps you ride that a strong trend. Which we call it the waves, without it being too wide. So on the 1 minute time frame, there's the great EMA combination. So you can even go as far as to say use this EMA as your entry, a test of that, and the next EMA as your risk, or this middle one as your entry, the next one is your risk. So however fancy you want to get. 635 is right there, guys. We're on the footsteps at 635. So is the criteria that we laid out met? Let's see if it's met. Which was VIX continue to push above 35. Look at that. Above 30. VIX is actually at 31. IV spiking, guys. IV spiked to 33. Okay, the EMAs that I use, they coincide with shockwave. Okay, after a lot of refinement, 8, 21, 34, 55. All right, guys, any questions? Any questions? Any questions? There's a couple of other EMA combinations I like to use, but this is the one I'm going to go with for shockwave. This really allows you to ride it. Especially on the one. Okay. So you're probably not going to see that combination very often, but there's a reason. There's a rhyme and reason behind those. Okay, Shockwave 15 systems coming next week. Okay, early bird special. So it's not going to stay at this price, guys. This is took a lot of time, took a lot of effort to make it. Okay, so this is a premium product, and the pricing is still very, very reasonable. I'll even go as far as to say cheap. This is less than 3 contracts. It's $4.97. Okay, $4.97. One-time payment. I'll give you the manual on how to use it. We'll do a live webinar on how to properly use it, breaking down everything about it. And you have access to all the upgrades. So this is just Shockwave 15 Pro. Guess what? There's going to be 2.0, 2.2, 2.3. Okay, so those updates will be coming. But this is more than enough to get you started. So $4.97. Okay, $4.97. Maybe I'll have a way to split the payment. Okay, but that's an absolute steal. Because this, once you have it, it belongs to you. You do what you want with it. Okay, so next week you definitely want to be in line for that, and then of course we'll return back to its normal price, and we'll just be on the site. You can use it. You can purchase it anytime. All right. So if you're looking for something that's going to take the guesswork out of it, gives you a system. Okay. Entry, stop, your next target, your discipline. This is a great investment you can make in yourself. So there's an investment you're making in yourself. All right, so it's a tool that you're getting. Remember the toolbox? You're buying a new drill. All right? You're buying a new drill in your toolbox. Pivot numbers, which ones? These levels? Or the ones here? Turbo. Okay. So if you properly use it, okay, it will cover its cost in set time, and again, if you use it properly, you're relatively disciplined. Okay, then it's gonna be buyer side for the rest of your trading career. On top of the things you're doing already. Okay, so you guys are seeing already, past few weeks, we've been having it on our chart. All right, some of the trades this week was sponsored by Shockwave. Most difficult easy day, 100%. It's almost like they threw everything at the system. They initially chopped, they broke down, they manipulated, and then once it broke these levels, and it just never looked back. So there's a reason why this level is here, because this is actually, again, this pivot is not a key level that I had, but is a mathematical target, okay, provided by Shockwave. Right here and right here. So if you're still short, that's a target that you want to look to exit. Okay, so the Shockwave is not available yet. It'll be available on Monday. Okay, will be available on Monday. I was going to have it available this week, but again, there's a couple of things I had to put together. So again, it's going to be available Monday. Okay, so what we'll do is you'll get the system itself. You'll have access to the Shockwave series, okay, to give you the backbone understanding of how it works. You'll have access to the manual, and then we'll do a webinar. All right, so webinar, maybe over the weekend, we'll do a webinar. We'll record that webinar, and then that's going to go over how to use it. How to use it, how to install it, because within it has a lot of different settings. So it can be a little overwhelming, right? It even features EMAs, so you can put EMAs on. It features VWAP. You choose your risk profile. You choose the entry confirmation. You choose your signal filter, right? Do you want a VWAP bias included? Do you want EMA alignment? Do you want ATR filter pass? Do you want a specific opening range size? Okay, if the ATR is too small. Okay, so you can make this as custom as possible based on your risk. Do you want an aggressive risk, conservative risk? What's your TP? Do you want a TP2? It's going to calculate all that for you. Do you want a box? No box. Risk reward box. Do you want the table? No table. All right, so I tried to make it as customizable as possible, so it's not like I built this from ground up, right? So that's why it's so effective, is because I built it from ground up. I didn't go to a third party because I want to control every variable that went into it. Okay, so a lot of time, effort was put into it. All right. Okay, that'll be available next week. So it's only compatible with TradingView at the moment. So where does it decide to wait? So again, TP3, you don't decide to take TP. Okay, then it goes the other way. Just before that 6:35, we said this is the next obstacle. For us to get some sort of structural shift, these are the most important highs at the current moment. House Republicans, Senate Democrat worked Republicans region unanimous agreement to fund via function of the DHS, TSA, entry. You've been clear for day, Democrat fund Homeland Security, but will not give back to that 60-day state call. Okay. Yeah, that's also big as well. That's a catalyst for impartial government shutdown. Dead on arrival. Yeah, so travelers has been tough for travelers. Okay, so as customizable as possible. Any questions, guys, before we wrap up? As always, thank you for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to smash the like button. Join the community via trial. These are the last few spots available before our price increase Monday. I look forward to seeing you guys on Monday. There's about 4 more spots left. Okay, that's it. 4 spots left. Code trial available Monday. Of course, the site will be fully upgraded, including the Shockwave 15 material, ways to access it. And the site is also a great tool for you to get caught up on what's going on SPY. All right, you got your economic calendar there right on smartactiontrade.com. You got your top stories. You got a nice little heat map. You also got my watch list. All right, so a lot of you ask me, hey, what stocks do you watch? This is what I watch. This gives me a holistic view of what's going on. Okay, Index ETF, SPY, QQQ, DIA, IWM, GLD, SLV, USO, IBIT, MAGS. Terrific 12. NVIDIA, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Walmart, Lilly, JP Morgan, Palantir, ExxonMobil, Broadcom. So these are the terrific 12. Walmart and Exxon are the only ones that are up. 11 sectors, so we can see staples and energy are the only one up, and utilities. Okay, what's taking a beating? Discretionary is taking a beating. Discretionary is taking the biggest beating. Technology taking a beating as well. So is communication services. Okay, so the site is also a resource. Okay, so the ways to get the Shockwave will be available directly on our site. If you're looking to join, smartactiontrade.com. Yearly plan, monthly plan, code 20%. Let's take a look at the daily time frame and then look to wrap it up, guys. Okay, it's been a long week. So give your eyes a little bit of a break. A lot of bit of a break. Make sure to rest. Make sure to make the proper adjustments. Spend about 45 minutes to an hour and a half going back in your journal. See what adjustments you can make, going back to watch the tape. How you trade. If you do trade, if you have the luxury to trade and you have time to trade, meaning you have time to dedicate and you have a whole setup, I highly recommend recording your screen. Recording your screen and going back. That's a great journal. Okay, so this is where we are, guys. This is where we are. 3 days of selling. We fell below EMA, retrace, reject, 200 EMA that is. So right here. So unless we get some sort of announcement, that's out of reach. So the Bears decisively won. And this series, guys, it was a gentleman's sweep. Okay? It was a 4-1. It was a sweep by the Bears. The only thing that really rescued us on Monday was that announcement. So next week, we can maybe gap down at the open, maybe gap up a little bit. To be honest, I have no clue what takes place. All I know is I'm going to be paying attention to that weekly downside breaker to see if that selling continues, because we're getting closer and closer, guys. We're getting closer and closer to that 10% pullback territory. We're getting closer and closer to that 10% pullback territory. Okay, closer and closer. As far as that's on SPY, all right. So as far as some of the other ETFs, QQQ is at 10% already. QQQ is beyond 10%. QQQ is beyond 10%. 573.01 already broke below that. QQQ double-digit pullback. Okay, double-digit pullback on QQQ. Okay, for QQQ to get to 15% correction territory, this is it. That's it. Okay. MAGS, Magnificent 7, ETF. Let's see how much that's down. Magnificent 7 is down 19%, 20%. The Magnificent 7 is in a bear market. Okay? Magnificent 7 is in a bear market. Okay, this ETF is comprised of the Magnificent 7. The Magnificent 7 have been really carrying the market for some time. They haven't actually been carrying the market. If you really look back, if you've been collecting data, they did not carry the market in Q4. Okay? They barely carried the market in Q3. Q4, when we're making those all-time highs back-to-back, was a broad market rally. Okay? So Magnificent 7, okay, is officially in bear market territory. Magnificent 7 is comprised of these stocks, guys. It's an ETF comprised of these stocks. Okay, what is a Magnificent 7? You might hear it all the time if you're not aware. APL. Next, MSFT. Next, Google. Next, AMZN. Next, NVIDIA. Next, Meta. And next, I believe, Tesla. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's you can double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the Magnificent 7. All right, so that means this ETF tracks the Magnificent 7. Okay, ETF, add that to your watch list, MAGS. All right, it's also a great way to have, if you're on exposure to the Magnificent 7, MAGS is a great ETF. Okay, so now these are the critical highs. Resistance, break, retest, bounce, come back at the resistance, formerly known as support. We slice and dice right through it. This is the weekly time frame, by the way. Okay, if we get that exact measure, guys, if we get that exact measure, the highs, all-time highs on Magnificent 7 is 69.14. And we're currently at 55, 57. I'll give you the exact measure. 19.63. Okay, so we're on the verge of triggering bear market territory on Magnificent 7. Okay, that's big. So we'll just say right there. So that's one thing to note. Okay, so bear market territory already triggered the Magnificent 7. So if we're going to make that push back up, the first thing that needs to lead the way, more than likely, is the Magnificent 7 needs to show us some signs of life. Okay, we're not going to make it, we can make a broad market rally, but unless it includes a Magnificent 7 in some way, shape, or form, we're not going to go anywhere fast. So all eyes, from bigger picture thinking, guys, all eyes, okay, are going to be shifted over to the Magnificent 7 and to see if any buyers pile in at that 20% threshold territory. Between that 20% threshold territory and this EMA right here, this 50 EMA on the weekly, or 100 EMA on the weekly. Let me verify real quick. Okay, yes, 100 EMA on the weekly. So Magnificent 7 is a relatively new ETF, so it doesn't even have enough weeks to satisfy that 100. So this would be our first test of that 100 EMA. All right, so this is going to be big. So these names are already in bear market territory. One, Qs are at 10% down. Okay, what's next? The Dow, DIA, is at 10% down. Okay, so far. Okay, QQQ, minus 10%. Okay. DIA, minus 10%. SPY, we will answer that question. IWM, we will answer that question. Okay. Within the QQQs, MAGs, okay, minus 20%. Okay. So for us to get more details on QQQ, since it's mega cap, a tech heavy mega cap centered and semiconductor centered SMH, I want to see where we are on that. And XLK. This would give us a nice little read. Okay, we're not going anywhere without mega cap tech. So we'll kind of just leave this in its own basket. All right, so we're going to review this, and these, okay? So down 10%. What is the magic number? 454.93. Next, IWM 10%. Okay, let me actually take that chart with me. IWM. Okay. 10%. Okay. What's that magic number on IW? 244.37. I'm going to have to carry this chart with me everywhere, so I'll copy it. And SPY, our bread and butter, is down. Not 10% yet. Okay. So not 10% yet. Okay, not 10% yet. Okay, so that means SPY has a little bit of selling to do to get caught up. So we're seeing a little bit of divergence across those indexes. So SPY is on the verge again to 10%. That level is 628.16. So now let's take a look at XLK. I got to keep taking this with me. Okay. XLK, I remember that channel from a while back. XLK, rough estimate. 15% for XLK. $15%. Okay, I gotta copy this every time. SMH. The reason why these are important because we're not going to go anywhere without the mags, tech, and semiconductors. That's what drove us this high. Outside of that rally to the upside late last year, that broad market rally, but that's what drove us that high. About 13% SMH. Okay. 13%. All right. So, mega cap tech, Mag 7, bear market, QQQ, pullback, nearing correction, XLK, correction territory, SMH headed towards correction territory. So, if we're going to see any kind of signs of life back the upside, this has to wake up. So, next week is going to be pivotal, especially Mag 7. A, how long do we spend at minus 20%? B, do we go beyond 20%? Right? Those are going to be the two primary questions. If we do, more than likely it continues to drag us. Okay? And then eventually SPY gets to 10%. So macro level thinking. This might not apply too much for scalping, but for macro level thinking, this is what's playing out right in front of us. All right? So let's run through the sectors real quick since we're here, and then we'll look to wrap up. Okay, so first sector is XLK, where you know that's already down. Rough estimate, roughly, that's down 15%. Okay, that's fine. Next sector, industrials, down 11%. So pullback, headed towards correction territory. Industrials, discretionaries, 15%, correction territory. Fell below 100 EMA on the weekly. SMH, we already know that's beyond 15%. So SMH, that 90 amount of SMH is critical. So it's going to come down to semiconductors, guys. That's going to be the real estate hasn't been going anywhere fast. Has not made those all-time highs. Just in relation to those the relative highs, down 4. Real estate has been stuck in the mud for the past 5 years. Okay. Healthcare, 10%. Financials, so names like in the Dow, 15%, correction territory. Okay. Communication, 11%. Okay. Consumer staple, 10%. Okay. So those are some key ones. So what we're seeing now, all right, guys, what we're seeing now, okay, from my perspective, we're not seeing a rotation. We talked about this a little bit early on. Rather than a rotation, what we're seeing is just a complete risk off. Just taking risk off the table and kind of finding other places to park money outside of the market. Usually sometimes we start ping-ponging, rotating, but it looks like we're seeing a lot of money flowing out, potentially going elsewhere. If you're looking for the international markets, which led last year, EFA, okay, that's also taking a hit. So where do you take cover? That's in headed towards correction territory. Okay, so the question is, that's why it's not a rotation from my perspective. Where do you take cover now? So you're not going international. You're not rotating to the sectors. We have this massive cloud above us. All right, so where can we go to? We can go to, of course, one sector is crude, but that just might just be because there's demand for energy, because there's a demand for crude. Okay, that's just more of a gauge, that risk reward, that risk gauge, sentiment gauge that we're using crude. Another year is the 2-year and the 10-year. 2 years going up, 10 years going up, dollars going up. So we're seeing the rotation out of the big four. Okay, our index ETFs. Okay, we're seeing rotation, a little bit of rotation out of. We've seen the rotation take place out of the precious metals as well. We got a nice relief pop, but generally they're showing some weakness as well. We rotated out of Bitcoin a long time ago. So now it looks like we're going into the 10-year, 2-year dollar. We're taking cover. Okay? So in the meantime, if we continue to sell off, if we continue to have this cloud over the market, all right, now the cue becomes, let it do what it needs to do. And when we start rotating back into the market, okay? So when the dollar starts going the other way, 10-year, 2-year start going the other way. We're rotating into them now. We're fleeing. We're looking for safety. We're looking for cover. When we start going back into them, that's the sign. Okay, that we can potentially see some of that confidence come back at the market, along with some other things. So as we're coming back into it, the question now becomes, okay, which sectors do we go in at once? Which sectors do we start exposing ourselves back to that risk? Okay, does that rotation take place after we rotate out? If we rotate back in, okay, which sectors do we start to expose ourselves to? Do we start off in the safety sectors? Do we start off in the semiconductors? Okay, so we're going to see this play out in real time. So right now, if you ask me what's going on, I wouldn't classify this as a rotation out of the sectors. I would classify this as rotate, just a risk off, fleeing for safety, taking cover. Okay, that's why you're seeing the 2-year, the 10-year, and the dollar back above 100. All right. So until further notice, that's how things are. What does that mean for us intraday? All right. It's cool to know all these things bigger picture intraday. Right. It's just going to be an additional layer of volatility. Okay. Volatility equals more opportunity. Bigger picture. Okay. We can see a little bit of a bumpy road. All right, so until proven otherwise, that's the line of thinking, bigger picture from a weekly lens. All right, guys, so on that note, if you have no questions, we'll look to wrap it up. So again, don't panic. Okay, it's just a nice little 10-15% pullback. Not in a bear market yet, but just want to give you this information, equip you with this information so you know. So rather than chasing the headlines, rather than looking at commentary from somewhere else, I want you to do your due diligence, paired with the things I said, pair with the things you see. On top of that, using your go-to resources to make the best decisions. Okay. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll leave the charts running for the rest of the day. We're about 20 minutes, 19 minutes away from power hour. I'd love to take it to the close, but at this point, it's the end of the day, so we're just gonna wrap it up here. If you found value from the stream, make sure to smash the like button. Subscribe. Next week, fresh week, guys. Strikers make the adjustments. We'll run the end of the week poll. We took a tremendous leap in our community this past month. Next week, we have a new week, of course, new month, and a new quarter. So make the proper adjustments over the weekend, recharge, rest, and I will look to take advantage of the best opportunities going forward. All right. Again, join the community. Shockwave 15 next week. Don't forget. Winners, send me a DM, and it looks like all the spots might be taken, guys. So again, all the spots are okay. There's 3 spots left. All right. Once that fills up, or if it doesn't fill up, price increase Monday. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Stay safe. Have a blessed weekend. Get some rest, recharge, make the adjustments. We'll see you guys on Monday.